All right, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon or good evening, depending on what part of the world you're all from. Thank you for joining Infront Consulting Group and Microsoft for today's university event, Cloud University. It will run from 9 a.m. to about 2:30 Eastern. We will have a jam-packed session or event of sessions from 2 experts from Infront Consulting Group and 2 from Microsoft. Our agenda is as follows. We will start with Bharath Sivaranam. I hope I didn't butcher his name there in a few minutes, and he will be discussing Azure Site Recovery. We will take a break, and then we will have Ciaran Madden from Infront Consulting Group presenting on Enterprise Mobility Suite. Then we'll have a break for lunch or dinner or breakfast or whatever the case may be. Then we will start the afternoon with Operations Manager Suite overview with Cruz from Microsoft. We'll take a little break, and we'll finish up the technical sessions with Shawn Tierney from Infront, who will be presenting on SCOM and OMS and Azure Automation. And then we'll have some time for some general questions at the end. My name is Georgia Serpe. I'll be your host today. I am the Inside Sales Support Representative here at Infront Consulting Group, and I'm happy to be here and organizing and hosting yet another event. We've got quite a good turnout today, once again. Our presenters, as mentioned, Ciaran Madden, he's a principal consultant from Infront Consulting Group, as is Shawn Tierney. We have Cruz and Bharath Sivaranam from Microsoft. They are both program managers in OMS and ASR, as I mentioned. And I will get them each to do a little introduction before they present their sessions. We are the founder of System Center Central, and you can go onto System Center Central on the link I've presented at the bottom of the slide there to find out a little bit more about our presenters as well. Housekeeping. If you have any technical issues, please contact support@infrontconsulting.com, and someone will get back to you ASAP with some solutions for the technical difficulties you may be having. Hopefully everything will be okay. We will be recording this session, and I will share the link to the recording after the presentation, as well as the slide decks. We do have a LinkedIn group called Infront University. A lot of you are members of this group already. Please join it if you haven't, and this is on LinkedIn. It'll allow you to keep you up to date on future university events. Tweet, share your feedback. Our Twitter handle is Infront Consult. And at the end of each session, you will be presented with a very, very short survey link to complete, if you don't mind, and that'll just allow us to make our future universities better and better each time. Any questions you might have, please post in the chat box. Presenter will either answer them during their presentation, or we will wait at the end of the session, the 15 minutes that we have slotted for the answers to be given. We will be following up, as mentioned, with an email with all of the registered participants, releasing the recording and sharing the slide deck. And for any information on any of the training courses, that is the link right there. A little bit about Infront. We do have a site called workforinfront.com. If anyone is interested in joining our great team and culture, please take a look. As mentioned, we are the founder of System Center Central. We do have expertise in software training and consulting. We do have MVPs all around the world. We are a global organization, a Microsoft partner, and we're happy to have Microsoft join us today. We have multiple published authors, we've won multiple awards, and we speak at all of the conferences we've been invited to, TechEd, MMS, MS Ignite, and we were recently at Midwest Management Summit in Minneapolis last month. And you can find reviews of our services, of our offerings on pinpoint.microsoft.com. I won't go into a lot of detail here, but we do have offerings on software solution, training and consulting services, and you can find all of this information on our website. And we will have information on our OMS, EMS, and ASR offerings as well. OPAS is one of the newer software offerings we have. It is a patch automation solution. It's unlike anything that's out there, so if you want any more information, please reach out to us. And we do have a lot of in-house management packs that we've developed for customers and just for general sale. We can customize MPs for you as well. We have developers in our company that can do a lot of great things with whatever your needs may be. We have a couple of free MPs as well. So please go on our website, register, and you can receive either the Active Directory MP or the Enterprise Virtualization Discovery MP. Consulting services, as you can see, we do have a lot of them. We do a lot of migrations, especially migrating from Windows Server 2003. We have offerings called dedicated data center architects and desktop architects, like I said, management pack development, virtual desktop infrastructure, and the list goes on. Again, reach out to us for more info. And our training courses. We have SCOM boot camps. We have SCCM administration boot camps. We do a lot of Microsoft training offerings as well. And we have anything that you need, we can customize for you as well. Asks of you, join our LinkedIn group, as I mentioned, Infront University. That'll keep you up to date on everything that's happening in terms of our events. Request our free MP. Our newest one is the Active Directory Agent Discovery MP. Info about our training at infrontconsulting.com. And any kind of information in general that you may be seeking, go to info or email us at info@infrontconsulting.com and sales@infrontconsulting.com. If you're interested in any information on our training courses, training@infrontconsulting.com is the other alias that you can email us at. Questions, our number is posted there on the slide, and we do have our aliases, sales@infrontconsulting.com and info@infrontconsulting.com that you can reach out to us at. So with that, I'm going to give control to Bharath Sivaranam, who will be presenting on Azure Site Recovery. Hey Bharath, it's all yours. Bharath, are you there? Can you hear me? Hello, Bharath? There you are.
Yep.
All right. We can hear you. At least I can.
All right, cool. It looks like my microphone was muted, so
okay, that's fine.
Hopefully everyone can hear me now. All right, so thanks for the introduction, Georgia. Let me just take a moment to bring up my slides.
Sure.
All right, should be coming up. In a bit.
Yep, I can see your title slide.
All right, great. So, hi everybody. Good morning to all of you joining us from the States, and good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are. I'm Bharath Sivaranam. I'm a program manager on the Azure Site Recovery team at Microsoft, and I'm really excited to be joining you all here today. I see that we have close to 101 attendees, so that's really exciting and encouraging. So I work out of the India Development Center, Microsoft's India Development Center at Hyderabad in India, where it's evening right now. And I'm going to be talking to you today about Azure Site Recovery, the product that we work on. I was I'm going to believe that among the audience we have today, some of you might already be familiar with some of the capabilities of Azure Site Recovery, while some of you might not be quite so familiar. So I've deliberately tried to keep this at a slightly high level. So my intention today is to sort of introduce you to some of the capabilities of Azure Site Recovery, show you the various scenarios that we support, and really impress upon you why you should be trying out Azure Site Recovery if you aren't already trying it out. As part of my session today, will also feature a couple of cool demos. So hope you like it. Let me get started. So to the uninitiated, those not familiar with Azure Site Recovery, as the name would probably tell you, Azure Site Recovery, or ASR, is Microsoft's business continuity and disaster recovery offering, and it's built completely on the power of Azure. That's Microsoft's public cloud. And before I go ahead and talk about ASR, I just want to set some context here. So if you see the slide here, I have some market data on why BCDR planning is essential. So if you look at the graphic at the top, based on some market research by Gartner, on an average, enterprises suffer 3+ data center outages in a year, which leads to about close to a couple of hours of outage on average. And the average cost per data center outage is a whopping $690,000. And this is just the tangible revenue loss, but apart from that, there's loss of customer, loss of reputation, loss of customers due to bad experience, and the whole lot of other aspects that cannot be measured. So some estimates put the cost of building an 8,000 square feet secondary data center with a 99.749% availability at $21.13 million. That's a whopping sum. And for those of you looking at building offerings in the disaster recovery as a service market, some predictions here. In 2015, this market is already a $1.5 billion market, and it's estimated to be a $12 billion market by 2020. So huge opportunity here. Some more data, 3 out of every 4 companies are at risk of failing to prepare for disaster recovery, which means essentially they don't have a tried and tested procedure that they can fall back on. And 50% of the downtime is due to hardware failures, and oftentimes is human error. And cost and complexity are some of the most commonly cited reasons for the lack of disaster recovery preparedness. And we here at Azure Site Recovery believe that the public cloud with its scale is a huge opportunity and a huge disruptor to sort of make disaster recovery planning easy and reliable. And we believe that this is really going to drive democratization of DR and make it more widely available to all enterprises. And so we greatly excited this opportunity. So I just double click on some of the points that are cited here, and so this slide talks about how the most common cause for DR is not really natural disaster. Disaster recovery is kind of a heavy-duty word, and oftentimes you just sort of naturally form an association with a hurricane or a typhoon that sort of knocks you out of business. But data will actually show you that that is not often the most common cause for disaster. I think that's a very small percentage of natural disasters. I think form a very small percentage of or outages are attributed to natural disasters. I think is a very small percentage. More often than not, you see mundane reasons such as a power failure or hardware failure or your network provider failure that causes outages to business. So operational failures, that forms I think the biggest bucket in terms of what causes outages to your IT infrastructure. And oftentimes it's just something as stupid as human errors, right? I mean, software bugs or human errors in manual procedures, things like that really causing outages to your business. And the solution is, when we say BCDR, it's not just something that caters to events that are out of cost due to a natural disaster, but even cater to situations such as a power failure or your software failures and things like that. And so this research report from Forrester sort of shows what are the most significant impacts to organizations that have suffered a significant disruption. And as you see from here, lost revenue is not the most significantly cited item here. In fact, loss of employee productivity comes at 72%, loss of employee morale at 37%, and a lot of the factors that are not really easily measurable, such as loss of customer confidence or damaged reputation, figure really high on this list. So there's some more data here in terms of the productivity loss per hour in revenue in monetary terms, and the revenue loss per hour in monetary terms across multiple industries. The slides will be made available to you at the end of the session, so I'll not really delve too much into this, but you can actually take a look later on. So the Forrester report suggests that 70 to 80% of the workloads require disaster recovery or some form of BCDR planning, and they can't really get the desired recovery time objective using offsite backup. So if you look at this little chart here on the left, what percentage of your applications fall into the following tiers? I think the survey respondents answered that 36% of their applications are mission critical and 36% of their applications are business critical. That's a whole whopping 72%, which means they really need to have high availability on all of these applications, and even the slightest downtime could cause significant loss of revenue and damage reputation, etc. So traditionally, I think the BCDR process or disaster recovery planning has been to sort of take tape backups and have it stored at an offsite location. You hire floor space at a geographically distributed or different geographic location from your primary operation center, and in the event of a disaster, there are a lot of manual procedures involved. You need to go to your offsite backup, cut a tape, ship a disk to your secondary site, have tie-ups with compute vendors to provide you compute and storage, recover, and then try and recover the VMs. And that's not the all of it. Recovering the servers is only one half of it, and then you still need to make sure that your applications come up fine and work well together. And really, this sort of procedure is really labor intensive, and there's scope for a lot of manual error. And oftentimes, it's not possible to get the sort of recovery time objective that is really needed for a mission critical or business critical application, right? Some data here in terms of the percentage of respondents saying what is the sort of RTO requirements for their application. So I'll leave this for you guys to take a look at later on. So what is it that can do with Azure Site Recovery, right? Azure Site Recovery is the complete disaster recovery solution for any cloud, any operating system, be it Windows or Linux. The diagram here on the left sort of shows you some of the scenarios that we can enable. It doesn't matter what sort of platforms you're running your primary IT infrastructure on. It could be virtualized on Hyper-V, virtualized on VMware, or could just be physical servers. Irrespective of your primary IT infrastructure, you could actually protect all of these workloads using Azure Site Recovery to Azure, and in the event of a disaster, actually recover and bring them up and operate them out of Azure, the public cloud. What this means is you don't actually need to invest in building and operating a secondary data center, and significantly you only pay for compute when you use it, because the solution doesn't require you to keep running compute on your secondary site. So really, I think it's a huge paradigm shift in terms of the way DR has been implemented traditionally, and huge advantages and huge cost savings to be had by leveraging the power of the public cloud. For those of our customers who already have a secondary site, we have a solution that will let you protect your workloads from your primary site to your secondary site, all orchestrated and managed by Azure Site Recovery. So those are the two solutions that you see on the right. If you're virtualized on VMware, you can actually protect your servers running on VMware from a primary location to a secondary location that's again virtualized on VMware. Or if you're running Hyper-V on your primary site, you can actually protect and recover your virtual machines and applications on your secondary site running on Hyper-V. we're going to have a look at a couple of demos. I was told that, so we want to give you a flavor of both. So I have a couple of demos for this session. The first demo is going to focus on how you can actually protect and recover your Hyper-V workloads in Azure. And the second demo that we look at is how you can protect and recover your VMware, your workloads virtualized on VMware infrastructure to your secondary site that is built and operated by you. So these are really the various flavors we have. So just to look, take a deeper look at some of our offerings. This slide talks about the sort of applications that you can protect into Azure, which means you don't need to really build and operate a secondary data center. So the key features, as you can see, are use Azure as your replication site, and automated VM protection and replication orchestrated completely through Azure Site Recovery. Oftentimes, disaster recovery plans cannot be tested due to the amount of manual labor involved and a lot of manual procedures involved, and that leaves organizations really vulnerable to untested and not so a low level of confidence in their business continuity plan. So that's something that we're trying to alleviate with Azure Site Recovery. Everything is completely automated, and all your procedures can be orchestrated via recovery plans and tested to ensure that things work fine, and you can sleep in peace knowing that come a disaster, you'll be able to actually recover your workloads in Azure or your secondary site through the click of a single button and have them up and running in no time. The other features we have, of course, remote health monitoring, customized recovery plans. We look a little more into recovery plans as part of the demo, but recovery plans are essentially one of the key pillars of Azure Site Recovery, which allows you to sort of test your procedures beforehand so that you have confidence in your business continuity plan. You can sequence the order in which your virtual machines come up and do a lot of other cool things such as automation as part of your recovery bring up sequence. So we take a look at some of that later. So orchestrated recovery of tiered applications made possible via recovery plans. So the scenarios that we have in terms of being able to recover your workloads into Azure, the one that you see in the extreme left is recovering workloads running on Hyper-V into Azure. So this is really for big enterprises that have huge deployments, and we integrate Microsoft Azure Site Recovery integrates with Virtual Machine Manager to allow you to protect and recover your applications in Azure. But the solution that you see in the middle is the one that we have a demo today for. That is the Hyper-V to Azure scenario. This is for smaller customers, small and medium businesses, and branch site scenarios where you might not really have a lot of servers, so you might not actually have virtual machines, virtual machine manager managing your hosts. So Azure Site Recovery can integrate directly with the Hyper-V host and protect the virtual machines that are running on your Hyper-V host. The third scenario that you see in the extreme left, and this is the scenario that we've introduced most recently and one for which we're seeing a lot of interest, is the ability to protect your VMware or physical servers and recover them in Azure. So this is a solution that is currently in market and is generally available, and we're seeing a lot of traction with our customers. So I'm going to be talking a little bit more about some of the improvements we're making with this particular scenario. So I think those of you who already tried this out will appreciate some of the changes we're making, but I urge you to take a look at this. I think the offering is really compelling. So that was the site to Azure flavor. The other flavor we have, of course, is for customers that already have existing investments in a secondary data center. So if you have a secondary data center, you can still leverage the power of Microsoft Azure Site Recovery to sort of orchestrate the protection of your servers to a secondary site. You still get all of the powers of goodness of Azure Site Recovery, such as automated VM protection and replication, customizable recovery plans, no impact recovery plan testing to be sure that come the event of a disaster, things will work as planned, and orchestrated recovery of tiered applications. So the solution that you see on the right or left is the one that lets you protect your workload from a primary Hyper-V site to a secondary site that's running virtualized on Hyper-V. The solution that you see on the right is the one that lets you protect servers virtualized on VMware infrastructure or running on physical machines to a secondary data center that's running virtualized on VMware. We actually have a demo for this this flavor of ASR, so we'll get to that in a little bit. So what Azure Site Recovery really is multiple scenarios, one solution for heterogeneous environments. And I think initially we just went out and built a solution with the goal of democratizing DR, but increasingly we've seen a lot of customers use it for a lot of innovative use cases. So Azure Site Recovery is not just a disaster recovery solution. A lot of customers want to now move to the public cloud to take advantage of the agility that and flexibility that the public cloud offers. And Azure Site Recovery is being used by a lot of our customers as a way to actually migrate their workloads, on-premises workloads, into Azure with minimal downtime. And the other really interesting scenario that we're seeing is dev test, where you can actually just replicate your on-premises environment and create a secondary dev test copy in Azure, do your testing there, and then decommission the environment once you're done. That way you have your resources on demand and you only pay for what you use. So just to sort of summarize some of the highlights of Azure Site Recovery, automated VM level replication and failover, and the replication is a continuous log-based replication, so we don't actually take snapshots periodically and send them over, but we're actually protecting your virtual machines or your servers in a continuous fashion, which means you get a recovery point objective of seconds and a recovery time objective, or the ability to recover your workloads from the point that you detect a disaster in just minutes. So with the Hyper-V to Azure solution, we actually offer the ability to replicate at 30-second, at a minimum of 30-second intervals, and you could choose to, if your application requirements are less stringent, you could choose to replicate once every 5 minutes or every 15 minutes. With the VMware and physical server protection, we actually have a continuous data protection based solution, which means that we try and replicate your data as soon as changes happen, so that your replica copies are almost in sync with your primary copies. The other thing that we spoke about is the ability to do planned or unplanned failovers. So if you detected, or if you're aware of a disaster, you could actually, or an upcoming disaster, or an upcoming impending downtime, you could actually carry out a planned failover activity, and by gracefully shutting down your source machines and ensuring that all the changes have made it to the other side, or in the event of an unplanned disaster that you have something that you are not really prepared for, you could still run an unplanned failover and recover your workloads in Azure. Orchestrated recovery plans for disaster recovery, which essentially means that you could sequence the order in which your servers come up, do a whole bunch of scripting goodness with it, and actually test them to ensure that things work as planned. Failback support. No impact DR drills with test failover. This is a very important feature, which means you have your servers protected, and at the same time you could actually do a zero impact DR drill via test failover, bring up your secondary copies in Azure, test them to ensure that your recovery plan works as intended, and then decommission them and go back. Migration to Azure is the scenario that I spoke about, that a lot of customers, we see a lot of customers using. And the other interesting scenario is the ability to sort of create on-demand test copies in Azure for the purpose of dev test. I'm just going to pause for a second and see if we have any questions here. All right. No questions so far.
Bharath, there's a few questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't see them come up. Yeah, I don't see them come up on. Oh, okay. I'm looking at the wrong. Sorry.
Would you like me to read them to you?
Yep. Yeah, I don't see them come up here.
That's
so
fine.
Yeah,
That's fine. So Alex is asking, does this work for domain controllers?
Yes, absolutely it does. I'll actually show you some. I think we have that covered in subsequent slides, so I'll show you that. I'll show you how that works.
Okay, very good. And he would like you to touch on ASR fallback to Hyper-V and physical servers. Is that something that's coming up in your presentation as well?
Yeah, I think I'll take that towards the end. I can definitely touch on that. So I'd like to probably look at the demo, and that's probably something I'll take at the end of the session.
Okay, that probably makes sense. I think a lot of the questions will be answered with your demo. So we appreciate everyone's patience, and at the end, if there are other questions that weren't answered by your demo, we'll definitely get to them. Thanks, Bharath.
All right, sure. So moving on, like I mentioned, Azure Site Recovery is built on the power of Azure. Azure Site Recovery, the management plane is completely software as a service built on Azure. And this is a design approach we've taken because we believe that building on a public cloud will necessarily ensure that your DR infrastructure is safe from a disaster, because otherwise you have this compounding problem of, okay, how now I've got DR for my primary infrastructure in place, but how do I ensure that my DR infrastructure, the management servers that I've set up that manage my disaster recovery procedures, are actually sort of isolated from a disaster. So that's a design approach that we've taken that's been very popular with our customers. That's so Azure Site Recovery is offered as a completely a software service built on Azure. It's very easy to get started. You can set up quickly. I'll be showing you that in my demo. You can provision storage and Azure networking with just the few clicks. And like I mentioned, you have RPO of seconds and RTO recovery time objective, which is minutes. So that being said, so Azure Site Recovery is available in a whole lot of regions across the earth. So there's this nice little map that shows where Azure Site Recovery is currently available, and we are continuously expanding and making the service available in multiple geos where Azure is available. So I'm not going to read out the regions here, but it's available on the slides for you guys to take a look at later on. All right. So I think there was this question on Active Directory and and domain controllers, and I think this slide will probably offer some sort of answer to those questions. So what we see here is a typical 3-tier web application where you have a database server running SQL at the back end. You have your application tier and your application front end of the web servers, and you have your domain controller running, right? And this scenario sort of shows you how you can actually bring these applications up on, protect these applications to Azure. So all of these servers can be completely replicated using Azure Site Recovery. Azure Site Recovery, the recovery plane or the recovery data channel is completely application agnostic. So irrespective of what application you're running, ASR can be leveraged to sort of recover these workloads in Azure. And we see how recovery plans make it easy to sort of bring them up in the event of you needing to recover them in Azure. So yes, we can definitely protect domain controllers using Azure Site Recovery. But a more interesting scenario is actually not using Azure Site Recovery replication for all of your workloads. So some of these applications have more stringent replication requirements. For example, customers might really want to use an active-active replication technology such as AD replication to replicate their Active Directory objects for applications that have more stringent replication requirements. So you can absolutely do that. So what you see here in this diagram is I have my primary site out here on the left where I'm running a multi-tier web application, and out here on the right I have my subscription in Azure, and Azure Site Recovery is really orchestrating the protection and disaster recovery of all of your workloads. So as you can see here, I have my Active Directory protected from my primary site to Azure using AD replication. All of this happens over a site-to-site VPN connection that I've established between my primary site and Azure. For my backend or my database tier, I can leverage technology such as SQL Availability Group with SQL Always On to sort of have an instance of my database running in Azure and be able to fail over to it in the event of a disaster. And then you have stateless front ends for which the replication requirements are a little less stringent. You can actually just leverage Azure Site Recovery replication to replicate these virtual machines straight to Azure storage, which means you don't actually need to have your web front end running up and running. So it's not a hot standby sort of a solution, and You'll only bring it up in the event of a disaster, and you'll only pay the compute cost for the time that you actually run the web server in Azure. And we here definitely understand that bringing up your servers is just part of the game, but unless we have unmatched application support, all your DR plans are no good if you can't bring your application up at your recovery site, which is why we have a lot of collateral on best practices in terms of how to protect specific applications, and we do a lot of testing with the most popular enterprise applications to ensure that the applications can actually come up as intended on your recovery site. So these are some of the applications that we support. ASR, or Azure Site Recovery, is the only disaster recovery solution that's backed by Microsoft support for all Microsoft applications. And in terms of license mobility for customers with a software assurance, there is zero additional charge, license charge for disaster recovery of first-party Microsoft workloads. All right. So I have some slides on how briefly the various scenarios are set up. I'm just going to briefly run over these, but what you see here is how you sort of set up the ability to protect from your primary Hyper-V site running Hyper-V 2012 R2 to Azure. This particular scenario here shows a enterprise customer that's using Virtual Machine Manager to manage their Hyper-V infrastructure. So you can see here at the bottom you have a Hyper-V hosts and a VMware server. ASR integrates with the VMware server by installing an Azure Site Recovery provider on the VMware server, and there's also a small piece of software called the mask agent that's sitting on each of the individual Hyper-V hosts, so that we can actually replicate data changes that happen directly into Azure storage. Very easy to set up. We'll see some of that in my demo. Some more details. I'm going to skip all the gory details here because I want to keep this high level, but the slides will be available to you to take a look at offline. And we have some really great tools out there to sort of plan your DCDR. So capacity planning is a very important step every time you're looking to get a good business continuity plan for your production infrastructure, and we have some great tools that let you estimate the sort of capacity that you need in order to protect your applications. Some more details that I'll skip over. I think it's a little too detailed for this presentation. We work great with WAN optimizers, so if you have a reversible seal head appliance, you can actually use WAN optimization to sort of optimize the throughput that you get, and optimize the amount of data that you're sending over your WAN link. So we work perfectly well with WAN optimizers. With that being said, I want to actually quickly now jump to a demo and show you how you can protect your Hyper-V workloads running on Hyper-V into Azure. So the first thing that you're going to do is log into the Azure Management Portal. So what you see here is the Azure Management Portal. I've logged into my subscription, and Recovery Services is available here in the pane on the left. You select this little icon with the two clouds. That will take you to Recovery Services. The first thing that I want to do is create a Recovery Services vault. So I'll just say plus new data services, Recovery Services, Site Recovery Vault, quick create, give it a name, and choose one of the Azure regions where this functionality is available. So let me just pick West US, and I say create vault. So a vault really is the entry point to ASR, so that's the first thing that you'll do. I already have a few vaults created, so let me take you to this vault. That's called B2A East US. And so the scenario that we're looking at now is protecting a Hyper-V host into Azure. So if you come to the quick start page, that's a little cloud icon here. It's taking a little longer to download load than usual, but the quick start page is essentially intended to get you started quickly, and so it lists, for depending on the scenario, there's a nice little drop down where you select the scenario that's of interest, and you'll see a nice little sequence of steps saying what order you need to perform the various steps in to get started. It's taking a little while to load, so I'll jump straight to what we do first. So once you have your vault created, the first thing I want to do is, depending on the scenario, in this case, since I'm doing a Hyper-V to Azure scenario without VMM, I'll go to servers and say Hyper-V sites. The first thing I'll do is I'll create a Hyper-V site. That's as easy as just clicking at the plus Hyper-V site and giving it a friendly name. I already have one created here that's called B2A demo. So once I have a Hyper-V site, I can actually go ahead and register my Hyper-V host to this particular site. I already have this done, but I'll just quickly show you how this is done. This is my, okay, I think hopped out. So what you're seeing here is actually my Hyper-V host, and as you can see, I have 4 VMs on this particular Hyper-V host. There is a little piece of software called the provider that you're required to download and install on this host. And so if you go to the quick start page, which for some reason is not loading, let me just give another go. All right, so what you essentially need to do once you've created a site is download a registration key from this Vault entry point or from the Vault quick start page, and you'll use that registration key to on your Hyper-V host to register the host to the Azure Site Recovery site that you just created. Okay, so this page, all right, there we go. So this is the drop down I was talking about. You select the scenario that's of interest between an on-premises VMM site, that's a Hyper-V site managed by Virtual Machine Manager, to Azure, site to site. The scenario of interest right now is between an on-premises Hyper-V site and Azure, so I'll select that. I've already done the first step, which was to create a Hyper-V site. I'll now go ahead and download the provider, which is the piece of software that I need to install on my Hyper-V host. I've already done this. So the next thing that I'm going to do is download a registration key by clicking on this link. This will download a nice little registration key that I then need to import on my Hyper-V host. I've also already done that. So this, as you can see on the desktop of my host, is the registration key. As part of the installer, the provider installer, it actually asks you to select the registration key. And once I do that, the server actually gets registered to the site that you created on this Vault. So that's why you see the server already listed here under Hyper-V sites. So this, as you can see, is my server that's already connected. Once that's done, I have my server registered. I can now actually go ahead and start protecting my virtual machines. But before I do that, I need to create a storage account on Azure. So that's as simple as saying plus new. I go to data services, I select storage, quick create. A couple of requirements here. The location of your storage account should be the same as the Azure region in which your vault is located, and the storage account needs to be geo-redundant storage. So I can give it any name, and with the click of a button, I have a storage account. For the purpose of the demo, I already have multiple storage accounts created. So I'll jump straight to protecting a virtual machine. Once this is done, the next thing I'm going to do is I go to the protected items tab. I create a protection group. So that's as simple as just saying plus protection group. Give it a friendly name. Select your source. In this case, the site that I've already created. Your target is Microsoft Azure. Select the subscription and the storage account that you're going to replicate to. And in the second screen of the wizard, you can actually specify some of the replication settings, how frequently you want to replicate, how many recovery points you would like to retain, how frequently you get snapshots, and you can actually specify the window when you want to actually start doing your initial replication. I've already done that. I have a protection group here called demo. So I can go into my protection group, and now I just say add virtual machines, and I can select all my virtual machines and get them protected. So let me just quickly do that. I select Contoso 80, which is actually my Active Directory domain controller. Select a subscription that I want to replicate to, select my storage account. I say OK, and this triggers off a job. It takes about 10 minutes to successfully start protecting the virtual machine. At any point in time, you can monitor the status of the job by going to the jobs pane from the Recovery Services portal. So I already have a couple of virtual machines that are protected here. So what this basically means is the initial replication of the data is already completed, and I can actually now recover them. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to create something known as a recovery plan. This is something you create beforehand. So let me just call that test. I create a recovery plan. I select the virtual machines with protected servers. that I will recover as part of the recovery plan. And in the click of a button, I have this created. So that's done. I can then actually go ahead and customize the recovery plan. So in the event of me protecting a multi-tier application, I'm generally going to put all of the workload, all of the servers that form part of the application into one recovery plan. I can then actually create groups here and sequence the order in which the servers will come up. So typically in a multi-tier application, I'd want the domain controller to come up first, followed by my database tier, followed by the middle tier, followed by the web tier. So I can actually do that by adding more groups. So I can add a second group here and move this virtual machine to my second group. So I have Contours of Web come up first, followed by Fabricam app. So that lets me sequence the order in which the VMs come up. The other cool thing that I can also do is there's a whole bunch of automation features that we built in. So using Azure automation runbooks, you could actually do some recovery side operations or post the failover or pre-failover. I'm not actually going to show you that. I think that's a little advanced, but just want to put it out there. So I now have a recovery plan created. Once that is done, I can actually, with the click of a button, initiate a failover. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to initiate a test failover, which allows me to test my recovery plan. So this is a non-disruptive test, which means your primary infrastructure continues to work as it is and continues to remain protected. All changes as they happen on the primary servers continue to get replicated to your replication site. I'll just create a secondary copy here on Azure. I can select an Azure virtual network that I want to fail over these workloads to, or I could just select none if I don't want to connect it to any existing network. And I say OK, and that has triggered a test failover job. This job takes a few minutes to complete, and once that is done, you can actually log into these virtual machines that are failover in Azure, test it out, and then say OK to clean up your test infrastructure. So we'll let that run in the background while I quickly jump over to the slides. Similarly, you could, in the event of a disaster, do a planned failover, an unplanned failover, and failback again is just as easy. You can recover to your primary site, or you could also recover to an alternate location. I'm not covering that as part of this demo, but it's definitely possible. I can take questions on that towards the end if you have time. So moving back to the slides. So that the demo that we saw was how you protect and recover your Hyper-V workloads in Azure. The scenario that I spoke about that we introduced most recently and is gaining a lot of traction among our customers is the VMware physical server to Azure scenario, which essentially means you can protect your workloads running on a physical server or VMware virtualized infrastructure into Azure, test them in Azure, or actually recover them to Azure IaaS in the event of a disaster. This is a very popular solution among our customers, seeing a whole lot of uptake. And we're actually making a whole bunch of enhancements to the already in-market stack that will dramatically reduce the total cost of ownership for customers of the solution and significantly improves manageability for the solution. And we made a whole bunch of enhancements with respect to test failover and failback. Customers who already tried this scenario and would like to know more can actually sign up. We have a program that's running that allows early adopters to sort of try out the scenario and provide feedback. So if you're interested or if you have customers who are interested, you should just get in touch with us and we can see how we can onboard you to test this, the improvements that we're making with respect to this scenario. That's a quick summary of the steps that you need to perform for the current in-market VMware to Azure solution. The new solution we're building is a whole lot simpler than this. So I really encourage you guys to come take a look. This slide talks about the ability to protect from a primary site to a secondary site for those of our customers who already have made investments on a secondary site. So this talks about the ability to protect Hyper-V workloads managed by Virtual Machine Manager to a secondary Hyper-V site. I'm not going to really talk over this, so let me just quickly breeze over the slides. It's available for those of you who want to take a look. So slides will be made available to you and you can take a look offline. Some gory details I'll skip over. And All right. The other scenario that's of interest, I'm told, for today's audience is the ability to protect from one VMware site to secondary VMware site. I think we just about a run out of time, so I'll just cover this very quickly. So what you see here on the source on the left is a source site that's virtualized on VMware, and on the right is my recovery site that's again virtualized on VMware. I have a few components that I need to set up before I can get started with the solution. So those are the configuration server, master target server that you see here out on the right. And out on the left, I need something known as a process server. So what do these various components do? This particular scenario, unlike our other scenarios, is not actually managed from the Azure Management Portal, but it's actually fully on-prem. So the configuration server is essentially the server that is used for centralized management of Azure Site Recovery Scout, which is the name of the solution. Scout is the name of the solution that lets you protect from one VMware site to a secondary VMware site. The master target server that you have running on your target is essentially a repository to hold the data that's replicated from your primary site. And this is based on a continuous data protection solution. We install a lightweight service on all your source VMs called the mobility service. What the mobility service does is it captures data changes as they happen on the source in real time and sends them over to the process server, which is sitting on the same local area network. And the process server takes these data changes, does a whole bunch of optimization on them, such as compression and encryption, before sending them over a WAN link to the master target server on the remote site. So essentially, this is an offload architecture where the process server takes the bulk of the workload off of your source server so that they can continue to do what they're meant to do, which is run your workloads. Summary of the steps, I'll just show you quickly in a demo, but essentially what you need to do is, again, you start off by creating a vault. You can get the software that you need to install for the on-premises components from the vault by selecting the VMware site, between two VMware sites scenario from the drop-down. Once that's done, this is your configuration server that you register to the vault, and you install something known as vContinuum, which we'll see in a short moment, which is what is used to sort of protect your virtual machines. So I have this demo that I'll show you real quick. I already have all of these components set up. So if you look at this, this is I have the vSphere client. Here, what you're seeing here is my primary infrastructure where I have three virtual machines. And this is my target site where I have my configuration server and master target server running. What I'm going to do is I'm going to log in real quick to my master target server, which is where I have something known as vContinuum, which is a software that lets me protect and recover my virtual machines. What I'm going to do is I'll just say new protection. When I want to protect a new virtual machine, I will select my source VMware infrastructure. So that's actually my ESX host, and try and get the details of the virtual machines that are on this particular ESX host. If I have a vCenter server managing ESX host, I could just as well provide the details of the vCenter server and get all of the machines that are managed by that particular vCenter server. So while this gets done, so as you can see here, these are all the VMs that are currently running on this particular ESXi host. I can select a VM that I would like to protect as part of this recovery, as part of this protection plan. I then say next. I need to provide the details of the target ESX host of the vCenter that I'm protecting to. So this is the one that I'm running on my DR target site. So the master target server is actually a virtualized workload that's running on my target ESX host. Once I provide this, I get the list of my server virtualized workloads running on the secondary ESX host. This is my master target machine, so I select my master target. I go ahead and say next. All right, so it looks like this VM is already protected. Slight snag there. So let me go ahead and select a different virtual machine. So I'll select this. So I say next. I think we just about run out of time, so I just I think the steps are sort of self-explanatory here. I'll just not spend too much time on this, but essentially the steps are providing discovering VMs on your primary infrastructure, ESX infrastructure, selecting the VMs you want to protect, providing details of your secondary VMware infrastructure, and then once that's done, the software will automatically discover the data stores that are part of your target site. You select a data store that you want to protect a VM to, and specify some configuration settings as such as what how many CPUs you want on the target site and how much RAM you want to provision on the target site, and you can actually go ahead and protect it. In the interest of time, I'll not actually go over the full drill here. I already have one virtual machine that is protected, so that's what you see here in demo plan. That's one of the other servers you saw, which was my domain controller machine. So once I have a machine protected, if I want to sort of recover them, I'll just go to say manage plans, and I have a whole bunch of options here. I could actually recover them. I could do a DR drill, which is essentially non-disruptive DR drill. So let's see how that works. I select my plan. I say DR drill. And I select the virtual machine for which I want to perform a DR drill. A bunch of details are auto-populated. I say next. That brings up this nice little wizard. And I need to run a readiness check to see if this VM can actually be recovered, which is essentially testing if my initial replication is already done and I have recovery points that I can recover to. So sort of similar to what you would do with the recovery plan. In this case, I'm saying I would like to recover to the latest sort of tag. So once I do that, a readiness check gets done. The readiness check was successful, saying that tag is available for me to recover to. I say okay, give some details on what sort of, how many CPUs I want, how much RAM I want to provision for the virtual machine that comes up on the target site. Select a data store. So this DR drill is a non-disruptive operation. So we essentially have the protection continue to run, and we just take a snapshot of the data that's already replicated to build a secondary copy similar to the test failover construct. I select a data store on which to sort of do the snapshot, bunch of operations, run a readiness check to see that we're ready to recover, and once it succeeds, I can say start, and those VMs will come up on your target site. If you look at the secondary ESX host here to which I'm protecting, the protected VMs already have a cold VM configuration created here with the suffix DR ready to be recovered. So yeah, that was the VMware to VMware demo real quick. Let me just jump back to my slides. So some requirements on what you need to do with POC. So in summary, I like to say Azure Site Recovery is really the complete disaster recovery solution. I hope I was able to impress upon you, or at least get you interested enough to sort of come and explore the solution for those of you who haven't already seen it. Azure Site Recovery works awesome for any cloud. We work on VMware, Hyper-V Physical, and migrations from AWS. You can do DR to Azure, or you can do DR to an alternate site. Works equally well for any OS, be it Windows or Linux. We understand that application level recovery is very important, and we have a whole bunch of applications that we test. The technology is application agnostic, but in order to ensure superior support for our customers, there are a whole bunch of applications that we actually certify to work well with ASR. And for some of the customers who are considering moving their applications to the public cloud, this is sort of a nice, easy cushion entry point into the public cloud. So you start off by using the public cloud for DR and then or dev test, and then slowly migrate your workloads into the cloud. And all of this is built on and allows you to leverage the power of Azure, the world's only enterprise-grade hybrid cloud. That's all I had. There's a short little link that I would request you to fill and let us know what you thought about the session. I had to run through some of the slides due to shortage of time, but hopefully we still have some time for Q&A. So let me see if we can take a few questions.
Hi, Bharath. That was great. It looks like Abhishek, your colleague, was helping out in answering questions as well, which is fantastic. Thank you very much. But you do have a bit of time. You do have a bit of time still. If there are further questions, by all means, you can answer them. if there's anything further that needs to be shown, you definitely have a bit more time, Bharath.
All right. Yeah, I think I just ran through the demos. I've feared I might be running out of time. I guess looks like I still have 15 minutes.
You shoot.
So yeah, I think I'll probably just take question now. I'm sorry I forgot to introduce Abhishek. Abhishek is a colleague. Actually, Abhishek is my boss, and it's great that he's been able to answer questions on the question window.
That's for sure.
So yeah, let me just quickly see if there are unanswered questions that we can probably just take up here for the interest of everyone.
Sure.
All right. Questions. Okay, I'm not sure which ones of these have been answered, but
it looks like they've all been answered, Bharath. We do have one that's just come in from Kirk.
Yep.
Do you see that one? When is SMB3 support coming?
SMB3 support. Abhishek, will you take that? I'm not.
Yeah, sure. Hey guys, this is Abhishek. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Abhishek.
Yeah, I think you're audible. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So for SMB3, of course, I think there's if Kirk, you could clarify whether you went for site to site or for site to Azure. If it's a Hyper-V VM sitting on SMB3 storage, for example, we do support it today for site to site already with Hyper-V Replica, and same applies if you were replicating that VM into Azure. If you're talking about a VMware data store sitting on SMB3 storage, then yes, so we also replicate that from VMware into Azure. Okay, so the question was, is SMB3 support with SMIS? That is something we're still planning and investigating. There's no roadmap or timeline that we can share at this point of time.
Great. Thanks, Abhishek. I see there's a question. I think there was we sort of parked for later. There's a question, or Alex was actually asking us to touch upon ASR failback to Hyper-V and physical servers. Unfortunately, I couldn't sort of include that in the demo, but yes, absolutely, we can failback to Hyper-V. So in all of the Hyper-V based scenarios where your primary site is on Hyper-V, once you sort of fail over to your secondary site, you can absolutely recover the VMs back or bring them back to your primary site once your primary infrastructure is up and running. However, with physical servers, we don't actually today have the ability to sort of fail back to a physical server. So fail back will actually have to be on VMware virtualized infrastructure only as of today.
And to add to that, I think in the in-market solution today for failback in the VMware case, you have to use an additional tool. So Bharath shows a slide where we are making a bunch of investments in the product around overall failback improvements for the VMware scenario. So we have a solution in a private, available in private preview right now, where you will be able to do one-click failback right from the ASR UI back to your VMware scenario. So that we are aware of the improvements we need to make, and we are making a bunch of improvements in that area.
All right. That's SMB3 support coming up. I think, yeah, looks like we have most of the questions answered, and
there just another one just came up, Bharath. It looks like your session is quite popular, and understandably so. Jeremy is asking a question. Do you see it, or shall I read it to you?
Yeah, I can see that. Where do we go to set up an ASR account for testing? So you can absolutely request for a trial account. I don't have the link handy, but Abhishek, do you know where
yeah,
we can go
sure.
to trial account?
So ASR is part of Azure. So if you could just get started with an Azure trial account, you know, any quick search for Azure trial account will get you the link. If you already have an MSDN account, or if you're a partner, then you might have already a partner subscription or an MSDN subscription, then you can use that to get started as well. So or just sign up with a credit card and you'll get going.
I think I will really quickly find the link, so I'm just up here. Right.
So another question from Shawn on about elaborate more on vContinuum, please. Specifically, could you expand the question a little bit, if possible? So vContinuum is a piece of software that you actually download from the Azure Site Recovery Vault, and you use it to configure your protection from between two VMware sites, as Bharath showed in his demo. Right, so a bunch of questions pouring in. Okay, so Fayaz asks on MSDN account, after configuring a services or IS SharePoint farm, it asks to purchase. Is that normal? What I understand, if I understood the question correctly, I think there's a limit there's a credit limit on each MSDN account that we get per month. So if you're actually using beyond that limit, then yes, additional charges might apply. But if you are we didn't have a pricing slide in here, but ASR has two prices. If you're doing site to Azure, then ASR is charged at $54 per month per VM. And of course, storage is extra, and then compute is charged spill over into Azure. If you're doing site to site between two sites, either VMware or Hyper-V, ASR is charged at $16 per month per VM. If there's specific more questions on MSDN account or other kinds of account, I'm going to put my I guess if you could send us an email, we can get it clarified by the account team.
Okay.
Okay, so the question is VMware SRM supported? So VMware SRM is a competing product to ours. It's a fairly expensive product. So we'll highly encourage, if you or your customer is currently using VMware SRM, well, it's likely that the customer is already protecting a very few of their VMs. So I'll highly encourage the customer to take a look at ASR, probably look at moving some of those protection for at least if a portion of their workload is not protected, definitely use ASR for that. It should be a much cheaper solution. Also, they can use the ability to replicate into Azure instead of replicating across sites.
It's great. We've got a lot of questions that came in. Thanks to both of you for responding. There's a couple minutes left before we take a break. We can wait for a couple more questions if anyone has any.
Okay, I guess there aren't too many questions, so we could probably just wrap up in 2 minutes early. I'd just like to take a moment to thank all of you for attending. I hope you found the session informative, and I really encourage you all to go give Azure Site Recovery a try. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, Bharath. That was excellent. A lot of information, and I posted the survey link in the chat box for everyone. Please take a minute or two. There's only 4 questions there to provide your feedback. We appreciate it. I appreciate Abhishek as well helping out here, and just Microsoft in general. Thanks very much, guys. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back at 10:30, which is in about 17 minutes, with our very own Ciaran Madden presenting on Enterprise Mobility Suite. Thank you.
You a quick overview really on Enterprise Mobility Suite, or EMS as it's known. I have a habit for talking too fast, so George, you might send me a message if I start, and I'll try to keep it nice and concise. First of all, I suppose we'll go on to the agenda there anyway for before I get ahead of myself. If it wants to change up, there we go. So the agenda sort of goals really, what we're looking to achieve today is just to go over EMS, to talk about some of the components. Some people may be well aware of what is involved in EMS, and other people may not know anything about it. So we're just going to talk about the individual components, and it's a fairly large I suppose, area really. Each one of these components of EMS could easily, do an hour session just for each of them. So we're going to go through at a relatively high level for them, and then we're going to go and have a look at some of the demos on some of the EMS components. So again, EMS consists really of the Azure Active Directory, which has been really out since, I suppose, VPOS back in kind of 2008 onwards, I suppose, is when it really exists, which is Active Directory that was primarily used for the likes of VPOS, as I mentioned there, which is the predecessor to Exchange Online. It was something you didn't have any access to, it was just there, but it has been around for that long, which is kind of heading on 6-7 years now at this stage. In the demonstrations, I've actually purposely chosen not to go through Azure Active Directory. Main reason on it being, I think it's something that's out there. If we have time, I'll do a little bit on it. But I think I've kind of chosen to focus really on some of the other, I don't want to say lesser known products, but some of the other products that people may get more of a benefit out of it. And again, one of those really is Intune. So again, it was originally Windows Intune, rebranded there a while ago now to Microsoft Intune, and this is about being able to manage devices. Again, devices can exist, can be computers, can be tablets, can be phones, etc., etc. And the piece that I'm really going to focus on here for the demonstration will be just about the mobile device management, or MDM, piece on it. So we'll go through that then as well. I'm also going to do a piece on Azure Rights Management. Again, we'll talk about what it is, what it consists of and everything, and then we'll go through the demonstration on it then as well. So it's really to kind of show how it could be used within a simple demonstration, and hopefully people can kind of take something away from it then. Obviously, we do some questions, and anyway, it will depend really on how we get through with the demonstrations, kind of how much time we have left on the end. If possible, I might throw in a little bit more about Active Directory, as I mentioned before, but it really is going to be very time dependent. So we'll keep going through. Again, just I suppose really to get a little bit of background here as to where EMS comes into play. So EMS, as we've said before, is the enterprise mobility solution from Microsoft. So Microsoft mobility solution, as it currently stands, that most places, I suppose, would be familiar with, is going to be the on-premise environment like what we have there on the screen. So, most companies or enterprises are going to have an Active Directory where their all of the user accounts and your identity information really is stored within it. You're going to have some sort of file services. You're going to have the likes of ideally some sort of system center products like configuration manager, etc., to be able to manage and hold all of your stuff together. You're also going to have some line of business applications, maybe something like SharePoint, and then some way to be able to remotely access those applications on premise. So that's really everybody kind of day one. That's what you have. You've got a nice, easy to manage system there because everything is in-house. It's all straightforward. Obviously, in the real world, those services then need to be accessed from the outside world, which starts to bring in a little bit of, I suppose, complication that you have. So a number of different ways you can access them there through remote access, and again, obviously the Microsoft solution there for getting maybe a PC or a Surface device, getting access to those could be the likes of direct access or some sort of VPN type solution that you have. You've obviously got a large array of them there. But again, that's a nice, simple, straightforward methodology. You're still authenticating to your single on-premise Active Directory environment, and within that then, it makes it easy enough to manage. As we go on a little bit and start introducing cloud services, now obviously this is a Microsoft focused demonstration, so we're really just focusing on Microsoft cloud products, but this is also true for lots of other cloud products, anything there within AWS or any of the other kind of competitors that are out there. It's not just about having a Microsoft products that this complication comes in, it's just about them really in general. So all of a sudden now what we've done is we're granting our external users access to all of our different environments. all of our different systems, but it's no longer kept in that nice little bubble that's on premise. It's really now spread over the entire world. Obviously, the likes of Microsoft Azure, you've got maybe it could be infrastructure as a service type things, it could be platform as a service type solutions, it could be software as a service type solutions like Office 365, etc., these commodity type solutions. So they all of a sudden are completely disparate or completely separated from your on-premise Active Directory environment, which makes it a little bit more complicated really to manage, because let's be honest, for any sort of application to successfully be integrated to an on-premise environment, or to be, I suppose, consumed by a user either on-premise or in the cloud, it needs to be nice and simple. So really, what we need to do is to be able to join the two of them there together. And again, this is something, as I mentioned there with VPOS, which is the predecessor of Office 365. It's something that Microsoft has been doing for a very long time. So here, we're extending our on-premise Active Directory into the cloud to provide us with a common identity really across anything on-premise and anything that's then in the cloud as well. But it's not only those services really that you want to be extending out to the cloud. We also have other components there that we may want to, I suppose, link in there. And really what we're talking about there is maybe file services, again, Configuration Manager here, so System Center products like Configuration Manager, extending that out to the cloud, and we'll be talking about that then again. But also, you may want to be protecting on-premise systems like file servers with the likes of rights management solution there that's running out of Azure. And so you're really looking at trying to tie in all of these different independent, I suppose, components together. And that's really where the Enterprise Mobility Suite kind of comes into play there. It contains all of these different elements that allows you to do that. To give you the common identity, which is the Azure Active Directory piece, to give you the management of devices outside of your network, which is really the Configuration Manager for on-premise, and Intune then for maybe remote devices or for mobile device management, and then also then to increase your protection both in the cloud and also on-premise then as well, with the likes of the Microsoft Rights Management. So they're the kind of core components really that I suppose has led Microsoft down this direction to choose the Microsoft, the Enterprise Mobility Suite, and to bundle all of these different products in together. And as I said before, each one of these products is actually a solution in itself, and could easily go into it for great detail. So I want to fly through them. I don't want to spend too long on these slides there now at all, and then we get through some of the demos, which is I'm sure what you guys are much more interested in seeing. So we did talk about the different components that make up Enterprise Mobility Suite. So again, we've got Azure Active Directory. We've got our Microsoft Intune, we've got our Azure Rights Management, we've also got our Microsoft Threat Analytics, or Advanced Threat Analytics. This is actually the newest component there. So we'll go through each of these individually in a couple of minutes there now, or a couple of seconds there now as we go through. Some of the kind of key pieces, again, the way Microsoft have bundled this is not only to make it easier, but also to make it a little bit more kind of cost effective, so that your Enterprise Mobility Suite doesn't just provide you with identity management, it provides you with all of these other components as well that you get along with it. So got my lovely little scribble here. But really, what is Azure Active Directory Premium? So again, as I said before, has a way of extending your on-premise Active Directory to the cloud, and to be able to provide users to authenticate to applications. They could be cloud-based applications in any particular cloud, and again give users that single sign-on experience, which is the only way any application can ever be seen as a success, is if it's simple for a user to remember. They know their access details, they can easily plug them in and off they go, and there's no complexity, it just works. And that's really where single sign-on comes out to play. Which, there's lots of other competitors out there, they do very similar things, which is all absolutely great. I suppose the benefit really with the likes of EMS is that it's not just the Microsoft Azure Active Directory Premium component that you get here with it, it's also the other components there that we'll kind of go on to then as well. But really, the kind of core pieces here, the single sign-on, the multi-factor authentication, if you want to introduce it or not. You may just want to bring it to the likes of administrators, not necessarily for everybody across the board, but it's all there. You can turn on the features that you want, turn off the features that you don't want, and again, customize it, or, well, sorry, not customize it, configure it so that it fits into your enterprise as it is, and kind of sits at best fitting there, which is very important. Again, all of the different SaaS applications that are there as the centerpiece of my diagram is trying to get across. These cloud applications, these could be from Microsoft Azure, but they can also be from Salesforce or any of these other components. They all plug in together. So that's really where the Active Directory premium component kind of comes into it. We'll fly on here now to the Intune component. So again, Microsoft Intune, really what we're talking about here is being able to extend, I suppose from the direction of this conversation is to be able to extend the likes of your on-premise configuration manager into the cloud, and that's really what we're looking to do here now at the moment. Again, all of the kind of goodness that you get from configuration manager, you can also extend out there. Within the demo I'm going to do on this now in a moment, it's really about the mobile device management piece. Obviously, anybody who's familiar with Configuration Manager, you know how large of a system that is, and again, that's another whole demo in itself, really, to be able to go through the likes of that. But ultimately, Intune is there to be able to remotely manage applications and systems as well as devices, like phones, tablets, those kind of things as well. So we'll go on to the first demo there anyway. I'm just kind of conscious of time dripping away here quite quickly. So very, very simple demo environment that we've got. We've got an on-premise domain controller, we've got a config manager server, and then we've got some devices then that are accessing that. Within that, the config manager server is, let's say, attached to Intune, so it's extended so that it talks directly to Intune, and we've also got our Active Directory environment that's replicating to Azure. It's using Office 365, but for this particular demo, that's not something that is, I suppose, really that important. It just makes it easier from our perspective to get the demo up and running. So what I shall do is we'll get access here to the demo environment, and really I'll give a quick rundown through. Let's open it up here. So I just wanted to very quickly run you through what Intune actually looks like. So here's our Intune portal. Even before we go on to there, I always find that the best place to access everything centrally now is through an Office 365 portal if you're using it. What you have is all of the components here within it, so you can see your Exchange and Skype and SharePoint, but also then the likes of your Azure Active Directory and Intune. They've really changed it to bring it all centrally now into that portal. And again, from clicking on those links, you bring on here into your different Intune components. As you can see, we've nothing really populated in any of the fields that are here. The reason for that is because we're only using this for MDM at the moment, so mobile device management. And within the MDM piece, it's actually really quite, I say simple, but it's also very intelligent. It's, well, do you want to manage your mobile devices using Configuration Manager, or do you want to manage it using Intune? And it's effectively a tick box. And what I'm doing in this instance is to be able to manage it using Configuration Manager, and what that allows us to do then is it allows us to use the already leveraged Configuration Manager and just start extending that out then to the cloud or to external devices. So how is that done? Well, it's done the exact same way that it is with any other I suppose managed device here. So we have a quick look. We've got our collections. Within our collections, we've got some pretty simple and straightforward things. We've got an all mobile devices collection. We've also then got an all mobile users or Windows Intune user collection here. So we can effectively create and deploy applications and everything else to users just like we can if they're devices. So what we'll do is we'll go through a demo, and here's where we have to use mobile devices really to be able to see how users themselves can actually register to that. So the demo itself that I'm going to be running here through is going to be an Android device, a relatively old Android device. It's an old Note tablet that I have, and really what we're going to be doing with it is connecting to it, which I'm just opening up here now. So within this, once we're connected to it, we're going to effectively manage or get this device managed by Intune. So how do we do it? Again, BYOD is really what we're talking about. We're going to go to the App Store. I've obviously done this here before, so let's just do a quick search here for Intune, and we can see we've got our Intune portal. We can just install the Intune portal here, and again, this is the same as you can do. Obviously, we're using Android here to kind of show the flexibility really of MDM, but we could easily use Windows devices. We could easily use iOS devices or Apple devices. You know, it's all pretty much the same. It's all of the standard stuff you'd expect. So once we connect, or once we open up the portal there, it's going to ask us to sign in. So again, this is our single sign-on technology that we're talking about. Here we want our user, which is Joyce Timms, for the username. Joyce.timms at keyboard mapping is there. Infrontdemo.com. So that's our username, and we've got our nice secure password here now. Slag is. So we log on to our device, or to Intune effectively, which is our company portal page, via the application that's just been downloaded. There's nothing else really installed on this. It's just a straightforward tablet. I have obviously installed and uninstalled these there beforehand. I don't think I clicked on that. I'll click on it there again. And we should be able to log in. There we go. I'm using it's actually a beta application to be able to, I suppose, show what's happening on the device to the screen. So there may be a little bit of latency and delay on it there now at the moment, and it's actually just because of the age of this. So as we can see, we're in here now. We've customized our logos and that, so we can see it's our Infront Consulting, it's our Infront demo infrastructure that we're interested in here. We want to enroll our device, and you know, we don't really have any other choice. Either we do or we don't. We want to start consuming services, we have to enroll it. There is a warning here that, you know, effectively this device, what it's doing is it's installing a layer of security to be able to secure any data that's effectively owned by the company that is downloaded here. So that includes emails, that includes files and other applications. So we can do a bunch of different I suppose secure configurations. So we'll give this a name here now at the moment. Demo. And again, that security is really along the lines of that we can remove this configuration and this data that we've classified as you know, corporate data with the click of a button, without having to wipe the entire device or take it in and hand in the device to IT. So, you know, if it's lost, we can wipe anything that's there, or if the customer leaves or the user actually leaves, effectively what we can do is we can just delete the corporate data without having to delete the pictures of the kids and whatever it's going to be on the individual device and phone, etc., etc. So all we've done so far is install the application, and we've literally just clicked on to enroll the device. That's actually going to take a couple of moments there to go through. So what I'm just going to do here is have a look at some of the, let's say, applications that we have published out there. And again, like I said, this is a very, very simple environment here now at the moment. We've got all of our mobile devices, and then we've got a couple of deployments there to that. People who are familiar with Config Manager will certainly be familiar with this. Those of you that aren't, effectively a collection is what we're clicking on here, is like a folder. We have all of our devices in here. Our mobile devices is what we're interested in here now at the moment. And we have a couple of deployments to this. And these are packages or configurations that we're effectively pushing out. So in here, really what we're interested in is we want the company portal appearing. We also want maybe VPN, but we won't really go into that there now at the moment. We have a baseline there as well that we've got defined where it's going to configure our email policies for us automatically. And again, then we can have our managed browser, and we have a couple of other applications that are also then published out again to the user. And again, we can have a look at these, and these are again the standard sort of apps that you'd want on a phone. Just coming up there now, Word, you know, Office Mobile, you know, Microsoft Authenticator, lots of different applications that you tend to use when using a device that a corporation may well choose to publish out. Now, we are still enrolling here. Let's have a look and see the progress on it. Yeah, we're still enrolling. Like I said, this is an old-ish device. Just thinking it may have been worthwhile to give it a few minutes. We can see our progress is moving away. There we go. It's just finished. We have a couple of notifications up here, which we'll have a quick look at now. But we'll have a look and see what the user actually sees. Now, they just entered their corporate details, and depending on what accounts they have, they'll get whatever data they want. So they can either install these apps, or we can force apps to be installed by, again, looking at this. Ooh, very difficult to see on the screen there now at the moment. But again, what we can see here is that there's new email data, and then there's applications that are required to be installed. Unfortunately, we can't see that very well there. Which is great. We can see everything there now at the moment. We can have a look at our devices, and we can go and we can check to see what the status of the device. Are we compliant? Are we non-compliant? Or we can go and we can have a look and we can contact IT. And again, all of this is, as you'd expect, is very customized. So what we want to do here is just see this opens up. It decided not to open up. We'll go and we'll have a look at our email account. So here, which you may not be able to see properly, is we've received new email data. So there is another piece that I'll go on to there now in a moment about the email configuration. So as most people are probably quite familiar with, if you have a mobile device that's configured, you can effectively manage it, enter your username, password, and server, and effectively that will then go off and you can access your email on the fly. With Intune, what we can do is we can introduce something called conditional access. And really what conditional access is a way to be able to stop people connecting to devices or connecting uncontrolled devices to their email. Now this works both on-premise and also in the cloud. In other words, through using Office 365 or to local Exchange. No, it has unable to upgrade account. Let's have a quick look there. Sorry about that. I probably mistyped the password. Give that a second. I'm using a very secure password here now at the moment, and so secure I probably just mistyped it. Let's try it one more time to see, and then we'll go and we will re-enter it. While that is either going to fail there or not, I'll just show you here now the configuration options. Let me authenticate here. Let's just do that. So again, this is just logging back in because I hadn't clicked on it for a while. And I'll show you again the conditional access piece, which is what we're using here to ensure that a non-configured device cannot access. I clicked on the wrong one there. There we go. A non-configured device cannot access email. Basically, it's just going to come up with an error if it tries. Well, that's loading. Let's go back here, and okay, we have a password there that is incorrect. I'm going to have to manually type it in there because I obviously mistyped the password. Now it's going to ask me to do it again. So it does pre-configure this for you if you can type your password incorrectly. So that's a perfect example of a problem exists between keyboard and chair, unfortunately. So infrontdemo.com and our password. Alrighty, let's go here. So we're just manually resetting this up because we had to delete it because I mistyped it. We should be good to go here now at the moment. So just while that's verifying, here within administration, we can see that we have got some typical type of configuration that you can do. And the one that we're interested in here is our service management. Sorry, it's not our service management. It's within our MDM, and it will be specified there. Sorry, I'm gone into the wrong place altogether. That's after throwing me off there now. Our conditional access here, and we've configured our an Exchange online policy. And within here, really what we're telling it is that we want these devices to be able to only access this once they're registered really within Intune. Again, we can configure, only maybe iOS or only Android or only Windows Mobile or other devices, and we can also, target individual groups or computers or whatever. And we can also then have exempted groups there, as obviously that's pretty important. So you get a bit of flexibility there with that as well, which is always important. And excellent. Why do we not have this working? Pretty sure the password is correct this time. We'll go one more time. And when this connects, and hopefully it will, what we should see is we should actually see that we won't be able to access our email immediately. This is not looking very good. Should be pretty quick to connect. Just see, we might let this run just for another couple of moments here, just to see what's going to happen, because I'm just conscious that we're kind of chewing up time in the wrong direction here now at the moment. But really, all we're looking to do is to get our authentication to work here, which has worked perfectly over the last couple of months without a problem. Today, of course, because there's a demonstration, it is acting up. And what I might do is just go on to another device there, just while that is deciding to hang. And our other device is actually a, this one here. Our other device is actually an Android x86 device. So again, it's not a device. It's running. It's a virtual machine. Again, it's the same sort of thing that we're doing here now at the moment. We have the portal installed. I just haven't actually registered it. So I don't quite know what's happening with that guy, but I've got a backup here. Demo.com. I'm throwing out a password here. Now, we've also got a restriction. This is a little unfortunate. Let us just go. We've definitely got our internet access on here. Let me just kill it off now and we'll connect. The funny thing is, I did try this about, I'd say maybe a half an hour ago before the demonstration, and of course everything was absolutely not a problem. We'll try it one more time here. And let's try signing in. So this one is getting us to enroll, and just while doing this, I'm trying to multitask, which means I'm obviously going to fail miserably. And just to get this one back up and running here now, the other tablet, just to see if we can get this up and running. Again, the enrollment of this does take a couple of moments, unfortunately. There's no way to kind of speed that up. I've noticed I've say a newer device that is definitely a little bit faster on it, but this is an x86, so it's a Hyper-V machine, so it's not kind of quite got the same ARM type architecture on it, so it's not quite as good. But we should still be able to fly through quite quickly. register and then try to set something up. Again, really what we're trying to do here is to show the simplicity of the, I suppose, way to be able to manage these devices, to be able to install applications, restrict access, and delete data from them, or remotely delete data from them. Unfortunately, as in demonstrations, whatever possibly can go wrong does, and there does seem to be some sort of a weird thing happening with my tablet. So hopefully we won't see the same thing now with this. We should hopefully be able to fly through. I'll furiously look at the tablet here and do what you do with any technical device that is acting up, which is basically turn it off and turn it back on again. And it shouldn't take any more than a couple of moments now to register. Within the applications that we can manage, or that we have kind of configured to manage policies at, we're waiting on that now. We've got our we've got a couple of different ways to be able to manage those policies. I did want to kind of show the policies, but things are not very good. So within these policies here, these are specifically really defined for the likes of mobile device management. And again, we've got some browser policies or application policies, and it's really the kind of stuff you'd expect to be able to see with the policy. It's all about security, what you can do, cut and paste in the browser, number of pin attempts before it kind of locks out, and whether you want to share data and that kind of stuff amongst them. Do you want to kind of encrypt the data, require passwords, all of those kind of stuff that you'd expect with a mobile device management solution. You can obviously do here, and that's the kind of demonstrations that we're trying to get across here now at the moment. Let's see whether this one has made any progress. My device is just coming up here now at the moment, so hopefully we can try this again. Let's see if this one has made any progress. Sorry, now here. Okay, so we're registered. Now, one thing that we will not see with this particular application is the email policies that have actually been configured. The reason that we're not going to see this is because this device is actually rooted, because of the fact it's not a I suppose, enabled device. Really we're kind of limited on what we can do with it. So we can't use the email or the auto configure email option. What we can do is use application policies with Outlook. So again, we're using those application policies I just very quickly showed you there. And what we can do is we can configure and control the devices using those. There's a typo caught here. And again, this is just using configure, or this is using Outlook to effectively leverage those policies that we saw download there when we enrolled. It's going to start doing a couple of things: check security, make sure we're happy with it. Again, lots of warnings saying that we've got certificates, we've got some portal components that potentially could be restricted. Now we should see. Oh, there's an update. Maybe that's right. That's only just come out. There's timing. That's come out in the last 30 minutes. I haven't seen an update on this in a very, very long time. Okay, that's extremely bad timing, and it also explains why this wasn't working there. Okay, so that's our company portal. Well, that's interesting timing. Anyway, we can go back to our application here. We should have a level of configuration put through, so we can control our device. Again, these are the screens we saw beforehand when we enrolled, and we have got our device enrolled here already. We should now have completed our enrollment as well as the update for the application, that portal application, which must have just been updated in the last hour, maybe a little bit more. So now we should be able to complete our getting started wizard. Again, we get our weird turnarounds here because this is a tablet, or it's not really a tablet, and obviously our screen doesn't change. We've got no gyroscope or whatever they use to identify that. So let's now re-enroll this. We have the app already. Please stop this. Let's go, and we shall make sure that we are compliant. It has completed the compliance check. We just close Outlook in case it was left open here since the update. Close play, settings, and the store as well. So we know that will be compliant, which has come back and says it is. Okay, third time's a charm. Well, okay. We do have a slight issue here. This definitely doesn't show the simplicity of it. It is usually extremely simple and straightforward to be able to download, install, configure. It's something I've done hundreds of times before without any sort of an issue. But today we definitely seem to be having a run of bad luck with this. What we might do is we might move on a little bit just to, because I'm very conscious really of the time absolutely ticking away here. What we were hoping to see in this demo, which I can certainly record and put through again, is just the configuration and management of the applications. But I think at this stage we're going to have to call a halt to it and go back onto our I suppose our remote, our rights management solution here. So really what we have here is one of the other components of RMS, one of the other components of EMS, which is rights management. Again, this kind of originates from the on-premise version that you're still entitled to with any version of Windows. It's a role you can add on to it, and effectively it uses digital rights management to encrypt documents and data that is stored either within Exchange or SharePoint or on file systems. And really what we're talking about here is there's a bunch of administration that has to go in to manage and maintain that. By leveraging the one in Azure, it takes away all of that and also provides some really good enhancements for that then as well. So really what we're looking to do is to encrypt data as it lies. Now we're going to go with a simple demo, which I'm hoping we have more success with than the previous one. Again, within Azure, here we've got our Azure Active Directory, again getting through from the same way there as before. We've got our Active Directory, we've then got our rights management portal here, or sorry, configuration components here. Within here now we can configure different templates, create new ones and policies and everything else like that. So we've got a few templates that are in place here at the moment. And again, the templates can be quite simple, or but also tend to be very effective. So you're going to give rights then to anybody within the templates. So here we can see that it's all staff within our Azure subscription here at the moment that can actually get access to this. So in other words, they can apply this template. We can then put in scope then to that, so I kind of scope it further down, and then we can figure what the template actually does. So again, we're talking, as we said, about encrypting documents or systems, whether they be in whether those systems are located in file shares or SharePoint or emails or whatever it's going to be. It doesn't make a difference. It's not just putting a password on it, it's actually encrypting it. So again, we've obviously different languages we can go with. And really what we're interested here is that anything we protect with this will expire after 1 day. And again, these are the kind of standard configuration settings that you have within here. You can either allow or deny offline access. So in other words, if a user tries to open up an encrypted document, can't, effectively what happens is they won't be able to do that unless they have internet access to verify who they are. And that's just in case the document itself is revoked. So again, we've got a couple of different templates here. I do not want to change any settings there. So quite simple and straightforward. You can kind of configure your collection, or sorry, configure your templates there. We do have, from the PC perspective of it, we open up Word. So again, this is Joyce Timms here logged in again as a user. This is just a standard Windows machine. It's obviously a virtual machine here, but it's Windows 8.1 and Office 2013, so not the latest or greatest, but definitely works. So we can turn around and we can protect a document, and here we're pulling out those components that we saw there in the cloud. So we can easily enable the 1-day limited protection that we saw there now at the moment, and it's just as simple as that. And then we save the document and off we go. So they're templates that are effectively being downloaded from the cloud. Now we're actually not going to save that there. We're just going to create a new document, and we're also going to just leverage a client that is installed on this machine. So here we'll put in important data as our content, and we'll just put it in there to fill it up a small bit. We will save this document. We're not going to encrypt the document. We're just going to save it on the desktop, and we're going to give it a name, important data, and we will call it Azure Demo, and that's now saved. So we then decide after the fact, because that usually is the way it is, that you want to encrypt it. What we can do is we can use a client that's installed. So we can easily encrypt it or protect it in place, and we can pull in some of the templates that are there, or we can do our own custom permissions here now at the moment. So when you use your own custom permissions here, it's effectively going to be I suppose allowing you to configure all of those template type properties on the fly. So here I've got a list of a load of email addresses, so we're going to grant all of these people access here, which should take 2. Okay, so there's a couple of them there that we have an issue with. That's all right, and we want view only as our. Sorry, it's not all right. It's not being nice to us. We have a couple of typos here in a few of these. What we'll do is we shall just simplify this. So Infront consulting.com. So only going to give myself access, view only access to it. And I can expire the document if I want. I want to be able to immediately revoke access to it, and then I just apply it, and that then encrypts the document on the fly, which is exactly what we want to do. Then I can turn around and I can email that document. Let me just open up Outlook here. And what we'll do then is I'll email this document out, and I suppose I'll email it also to another account that does not have access to it, just I suppose to verify that what the user would see if they tried to open it up. So I'll send it here to my account, which I've granted permissions, but also then to another account, and this account is Cora Schrimmer, is the one there. So test document, add it in, and we shall send it on. So that's our document sent off. We can go to our machine there. That's just come up with an error on it, which is a little unfortunate. We can try to access that there again in a second. Again, this is just a virtual machine that the Hyper-V console has just bombed out of there. So we'll come back onto that there now in a second. And on my machine here, I shall just open up the document, which you should be able to see. And now I can actually open it up. I'll bring over this here. So we can see that it's configuring our rights management, and then it's processing it, and here we can see our important data, but we can also see then that standard enabled for anything from the internet, and then we can see the permissions on who has what access to it there. And I can request additional permissions then as well if I want, which just opens up an email component to it. So what does that mean from the perspective of, I suppose, a user? I was hoping just to show you there, but this looks like this is not going to open up in the background. But from Joyce's perspective now, she has the document saved and she wants to have a look and see what's happening with it. So by right-clicking it here, we can track the usage of that document. And really what that is the ability to see what's happening, see who's logging onto it, see who is, I suppose, failing to log onto it. So here we can see that there's, we've got the different views here that we have. We've got one user that has been given access to it there now at the moment, which is obviously mine. We can see 1 minute ago when it was last opened up. The time on this is obviously a little off. We can also have a quick look at a nice feature here, which is the map. So we can see then how or when people kind of come online, open up the documents, or where they're kind of located then in the world. What I might do is forward this on just to a few people to see if they open it up, and then we can kind of have a look at this afterwards, just to kind of watch it fail, I suppose. So I'm just sending this one on here to the team, and then we should hopefully see this, if people actually open it up, that'll be kind of configured on the fly. We can revoke access. We can do lots of different bits and pieces then really within Azure, within those the rights management, but ultimately, what we kind of run through there in our demo is kind of the most straightforward methodology of it there to be able to have a look at it. One of the other things which I'll just show here with an older document, so we can have a look at our other documents that are within here. So here we've got a sensitive data one. So this one would have been sent out, it was a while ago, and as we can see, this one has a little bit more use on it. So we can see that there was 58 views of it over 19 users, 17 users then have been denied access, and then you click on the map and the map will go, because we're actually a very dispersed company, they're all over the place really. So we've got people in lots of different parts of the world that were accessing it. And again, you get a lot of information as to when people access the data, and it's a great way to be able to track, obviously for sending out RFQs, RFPs, those type of things. It's really intelligent to be able to do that, and it makes the tracking of that very easily, because you can also see who has not opened up the data as well. So you can see that these people have viewed it, but these people haven't viewed it. Again, this was sent to a bunch of people, and also a load of non-existent or non-monitored addresses as well. So we can easily see who has access to it, and you can then contact a supplier or somebody and kind of find out why. But the management of that, again, is quite simple and straightforward, I think. Okay, so now what I will do now is we'll go back to our slides there, as that kind of shows really at kind of a high level how to be able to I suppose access and share out data. We can also do things, actually, sorry, I did say I was going to revoke, so we can remove the protection there. I won't actually, I'll just go through the rest of the slides there now, because we've been unfortunately we've lost a little bit of time with the failures that we had on the Intune demo. So we'll kind of go back here there now at the moment. So again, with RMS, really the idea of RMS is to be able to simply very simply share out data, knowing that only specific people will be able to have access to it. The controls there can be orchestrated as much as you want. Obviously, I've granted access to the to Joyce to be able to create templates and stuff like that and be able to manage it, but obviously that can be restricted there. You're obviously not going to be using it by individual users. You tend to use mail-enabled groups, like HR, those kind of things, to be able to restrict on who gets access then on those different bits and pieces. So we'll just kind of keep going here with our slides. Again, so the last feature here now, again, within EMS is our the threat analytics. So this is let's say the latest addition to Microsoft. So it's only gone general release in around September of this year. Up until that, then it was really a trial, And the idea really of the threat analytics is to have a device, it can be a physical device, it can be a virtual machine, that's effectively scanning your network with agents then that are polling out to different clients, to be able to effectively identify threats, you know what I mean, or different behaviors of devices, computers, workstations, whatever they're going to be, that could be potential threats. Obviously, you whitelist to be able to identify proper behavior, and there's a learning period of time that has to go into place before it is. But again, the idea here is to have that 0-day detection for something that's happened before it's actually been discovered by others. Also, one of the core features really of this is to be able to kind of get rid of these false positives that come out with these, I suppose, security devices that can be implemented there. As this kind of reaches out and talks to the individual client, realistically what we're able to do then is to be able to identify what's happening from the Windows world as well as on the network, to be able to see if there's going to be anything there. It integrates, as you'd expect, into the likes of the different malware that you'd have installed, whether that be Microsoft or whether that be something else. It integrates into them. They all have a kind of a common language to understand whether or not there are threats that is there. And I suppose that for the threat analytics, or excuse me, the advanced threat analytics there, we'll kind of leave it up there. That in itself is probably a couple of hours of a demo really to go through there, but it's some really good and positive stuff that you can get out of it for identifying what's happening on your network. And again, as it's a virtual machine, it makes it very easy to deploy, especially for proof of concept. Some of the benefits there of EMS, again, these are being able to management of identity, and mobile devices there. So it's not just as we try to see there within the configuration manager demonstration there, that we were deploying applications based on users, not just devices. So whatever it can be a consistent experience across all devices, and you're just leveraging the Intune there to be able to effectively act as that external component for it. Again, unfortunately, we had issues there with our demo, which still isn't working. I'm kind of trying here every now and again to see if we can get a little bit further with it, but we aren't. The authentication is failing from all of the devices here, so obviously we've got some sort of a failure on our back end here, so apologies for that. Again, enhanced security through policy and encryption. We've just seen the likes of the RMS, so the rights management system there. So it's integrating, or it's implementing digital rights management to be able to encrypt as opposed to just a simple password, and also to be able to allow access, when you want, but only for how long you want. Again, print screening, all of those kind of things to either enable printing of documents and stuff. You add in there, you can remove the different parts that you want. Conditional access to devices, apps, and data. Again, we did talk a little bit about the kind of conditional access that you can actually have there. And again, one of the best examples of that is to be able to modify maybe your on-premise environment to be able to introduce conditional access then into that. So if you've got Exchange systems on premise, you can modify them so they must be registered within the Intune portal, and then users can actually access them, which is a great way of controlling what's coming in and what data then is obviously leaving your environment. So on-premise hybrid cloud architectures, you can have everything in the cloud, you can have everything on-premise, or sorry, have everything in a hybrid configuration, which tends to be the standard for most organizations. You don't necessarily want to just push everything directly into the cloud. Hybrid, it tends to be the way to go, but you can also run with pretty much everything in the cloud then as well. You can remove all of the systems on-premise then if you want to do so. The access really in this bit more MDM, iOS, Android, Windows. There are restrictions. Different ones will be managed in different ways. But those restrictions, have kind of been eliminated there for all intents and purposes. And then again, to be able to identify security attacks before they happen, cause damage. So again, it's that kind of proactive monitoring for stuff before it breaks and finding out what happened. It's really looking at it, at that zero time. Okay. we've kind of finished up there now at the moment. Unfortunately, as I said, and apologise for a couple of times, that mobile device management demo certainly didn't go as expected. If you could fill in the survey, I'll be expecting a little bit of unhappy feedback there. But I suppose we can leave off there now to any questions, if there is any. I haven't been keeping an eye on the...
Hello, Ciaran. I've been keeping an eye. There are a few questions that have come in, so you do have a few minutes to respond to them. And I did send the link to the survey to everyone in the chat box as well. And you did your very best, considering you had no control over the technology. And you know, nonetheless, it was a great presentation. I think your feedback will be fantastic. I wouldn't worry about that. All right.
Oh, thanks very much. Thanks very much.
No problem. Do you see the questions there? The first one during your presentation was from Diane Whiteley.
I'm just opening them up here now at the moment.
Okay,
and
very good. Let me know. Otherwise,
they're hiding from me. Yeah, my questions have gone missing. Hang on a second, Diane. My apologies. There we go. And now I have them here. So Diane Whiteley, let's have a quick look here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where the first one was. There's a couple of them here.
Yep. Just scroll down all the way to Diane's question.
Okay, yeah. Can MDM manage virus software, both versions and updates? Okay, it's a good question. It's a very difficult one to answer because not all, I suppose, devices have got antivirus software. So for the MDM that I was really talking about here is referring to mobile device management. You know, not just necessarily the kind of more advanced ones. It could be, you know, let's say smartphones. You know what I mean, like Apple, those kind of things. So they've got limited antivirus, which is a little bit restricted in the ways that they integrate. Obviously, the Microsoft ones tend to work that little bit better, but there is a way of being able to, I suppose, extend it there, but it's one of those, I suppose, areas that is being expanded on all the time. So a quick look there. Unfortunately, I can't really answer that one any better there now at the moment. Let's see. If you use Intune SCCM integration, SCCM will be your source authority. Can you configure selective access for SCCM? Sorry, Alex, I'm not 100% sure what you mean by selective access for SCCM. If you use Intune and Configuration Manager together, effectively all of your mobile device management will be completed by Configuration Manager. You can still manage the likes of devices, whether it be workstations, you know, stuff joined to the domain, or stuff not joined to the domain, by installing agents on them. So you can still do that. But once you configure, let's say, Configuration Manager as being the authoritative component for MDM, it's all of your configurations done there. You don't necessarily, and that's by design, because you don't necessarily want to be configuring or managing two different components and kind of competing with each other. Is Auto-Discover enabled? Yes, Auto-Discover is enabled. It's an Office 365, so it's definitely enabled and should work. Backslash, yeah, no, the backslash is fine. All these people trying to give me a little bit of help here now at the moment, but yes, unfortunately, it's something else. I mentioned single sign-on several times. For ADFS is required. No, so. Yes, this wonderfulness with Azure Active Directory and single sign-on. So single sign-on for Office 365 would tend to be, you know, people would think of single sign-on being ADFS related. It doesn't necessarily have to be ADFS, but it does work with ADFS if you want. It is same sign-on or single sign-on is the best way, I think, to answer that question, Alex. Will ORMS work across on-premise on Office 365? Do we need certs on machines and mobile devices? Yes, it's 100%. It works, integrates seamlessly into Office 365. So whether that be email, you know, so Exchange Online or SharePoint Online. It also integrates into on-premise, so you can protect an on-premise SharePoint environment, and you can also protect an on-premise file share as well by, you know, different policies and everything. You don't actually need certificates, so you don't necessarily manage, or you don't manage at all your own certificate authority here for this. It actually leverages the certificate issuing components that are part of ORMS. So that's really kind of I don't say a throwback to the old days of on-premise OMS, which they were quite complicated to manage. The idea of this is all the certificates are handled within the application that supports digital rights management, and that's really the best way to put it. So you don't have to configure certificates; they're configured for you. Okay, so a user is offline and tries to open the doc, it won't be able to do it. That's right. So what happens is, depending on your policy configuration, we saw there that there was a couple of templates within the RMS that we could configure. Either a user must be online to access it, or it could be offline for a day. So depending on what you want, or a week, or they can always access it offline. So they're the kind of different options you have. If it's configured to only access when it's online, when the document opens up, it's going to go off, try to connect to the internet. If it's unable to connect to the internet, it's not going to open up. It's as simple as that. It's a good bit of, I suppose, intelligence that's inbuilt there. Okay, let's go to these. Lots of questions from Alex. EMS is mostly cloud-oriented suite. ATA is on-prem. Why do you consider it part of EMS in any license preference? Any license preferences? So it's not that I would consider it as being part of EMS. The way it is, Microsoft has pitched it as being part of the Enterprise Mobility Suite. So when you purchase the Enterprise Mobility Suite licenses, these are the client licenses that you get for it. And I suppose why Microsoft have looked at that, I can't say, but the way I've always thought of it is that because it's about mobility and it's about moving from one environment to the other, your device is not necessarily static. It's not on premise. It could be a tablet, a laptop, whatever. So it goes home, goes to hotels and everything else. So that's, I suppose, why I certainly would think that it's kind of bundled in there. Is there any license preferences? Talk to your Microsoft salesperson. There's lots and lots of licensing there with EMS. One of the simplicity parts of EMS is once you have the license, once you have an EMS license, effectively, it simplifies everything from a user perspective, because all of those individual components are talked about from EMS, like Azure Active Directory Premium or Intune. They're individual licenses you can buy, but EMS effectively is a little bit more cost-effective way of getting you them all. I think, hopefully an answer then to your question. Are we going to be able to get this presentation deck? If so, how? I'm sure we probably will.
Yes, everybody will, Ciaran, that's correct. I will email the recording link and the slide decks after the presentation.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just looking, we've gone a bit over here time-wise, have we?
That's okay.
Okay, no problem. There's only a couple more questions. I can probably fly through these very, very quickly if you want.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let me see. If I'm a mobile device with secure documents, does this MDM leave cache? Smart user could copy files. So the way it works is, the way I always think about describing it, or the way I try to describe it is, when you enable or when you enroll your mobile device into Intune, it effectively creates an encrypted area on that. So any documents that get downloaded into that, they will be cached, but they can only be accessed based on certain policies then around it. So in other words, if you have sensitive corporate data, whenever that corporate data can no longer be accessed, like if it was a document that you could open up with RMS, so if it expires after a period of time, then you can no longer get it. I suppose really where you're going with that question is probably what happens if someone robs your phone, breaks into it, and never connects it to the internet again. That's just one of the things that you have there with the problem. You control how you access any of these applications that are controlled, or any of the applications that are policy enabled. They could be, you have to, and one of the options you get there is you've got to provide your corporate authentication. You can have just a PIN code if you like, or you can have a PIN code and corporate authentication, which has to be validated. So then there, you're eliminating the cache requirement. But then you have to look at the other side, the user, usability of it. How difficult is it to use it? And is it possible to switch from Configuration Manager back to just Intune? That's a great question. Yes, it's possible. Microsoft says it's not possible, but it is possible. However, you have to effectively unregister all of your devices that you have registered within Intune and then contact Microsoft support. They'll make the change for you and then you re-register again. So whether it's worth it or not is definitely up to yourself. There is talk of changing that, but I don't know if it's going to. And then the very last question here is, you mentioned that this solution fully supports Windows Phone, Android and iOS, or a large amount of BlackBerry devices. So yes. Is there a BES compatible device for that? Not that I'm aware of. Is it on the cards? I'm not 100% certain. I can certainly find out for you if you like and see, but as far as I know, there's no integration in with BlackBerry on that. And there's been no kind of collaboration with RIM. And that's mainly because BES is its own MDM solution. So if you have BlackBerry devices, you tend to have your your BlackBerry Enterprise server, and that is what MDM is happening for. You're not going to necessarily want or be able to configure two authorities to be able to effectively manage your devices. But that could be something that changes. Okay, I think that was the last question there.
Looks like you're on. That's fantastic. You just whizzed through those questions. Thanks very much for doing that. Fantastic presentation, lots of great information. 1 hour doesn't do justice, obviously. But I just want to let everyone know that Infront does offer a jumpstart to Microsoft EMS. It's a 5-day offering. Right now, we're offering it for 50% off. So if anyone's interested, please reach out to us at sales@infrontconsulting.com or info@infrontconsulting.com. So with that, thanks, Ciaran, and we'll take a break for about now 23 minutes, and we'll be back with Laura Cruz from Microsoft, who will be doing her Operations Manager Suite overview. Looking forward to that. Thank you, Ciaran.
Thanks.
Little bit deeper into the insights portion of OMS that was formerly called Operational Insights. So you'll see that name pop up throughout the presentation because that's what we'll be focusing on. So during today's presentation, we're going to have 3 main buckets of topics. The first one will be getting started with OMS, so an introduction into the product, what it does, how it collects data, and then also just concrete steps on how to sign up and what are the different deployment options that exist out there. The OMS service relies on an agent component, and I'll show you the 3 different ways that exist today of leveraging that. After that, I'll go into the solutions, which are the first level of data analysis that you can get out of the box in OMS. And I'll show you how to get familiarized with them, how to know when there's new ones, and also how to get familiarized with the OMS portal, which is where you'll go day to day to get all the insights and analysis that you need. And then finally, I'll go into log collection and search, which is really the backbone of operational insights. And I'll be showing you how to set up log collection, meaning how to pick exactly what logs you would like OMS to collect for you and analyze. And then we'll also go into how to use and customize search. So everything in OMS relies on search. Every single tile that you see is performing a search query. And so once you become familiarized with the UI and you want to make the jump into search, you'll get a lot of power over the granularity of data that you can view in the portal. You can also customize that experience so that when you find yourself using several queries often, you can save them and view them on your own dashboard at any point in time without having to execute the search manually. So those are the three main things we're going to focus on today. So kicking this off with getting started, any of you that have seen any OMS presentation might be familiar with this slide, because really I think this explains best what it is that we're doing. So OMS is a cloud service that provides analysis on top of your machine data. That's the simplest way we explain it. But it's doing a lot of things in the background. We can collect data both from on-premise and from the cloud, from any Azure VMs that you have. And as I mentioned earlier, the OMS system relies on an agent component. And for those of you familiar with SCOM, we're actually using the same agent that is shipped out of the box in SCOM, which is now formally called the Microsoft Monitoring Agent. So from the OMS portal, you can actually get that agent. But if you've already gone through the trouble of deploying SCOM, you can actually reuse that. So you'll see in this slide that you can forward data from servers already in SCOM. But then if you don't have SCOM, or if the users don't have SCOM, you can download the agent directly to a server and have that server send data directly to OMS. And I'll show you how to do that later on in this section. And then another option that exists out there is if you have an Azure VM, you can actually enable the OMS agent on it, and it will be installed and configured automatically for you, and you'll see how to do that as well. So what OMS is collecting is basically any machine data that we're aware of that can provide you with additional insights. So normally when you run into a problem in your IT environment, you might have to remote into each machine that you know is exhibiting a problem, figure out where the relevant relevant logs reside, and then manually go and check each one of those out. What we're trying to help customers out with is take advantage that we already have that understanding, both from Microsoft support and from expertise of different teams at Microsoft, and we can collect that data for you, ingest it into our cloud service. You won't have to worry about the actual on-premise storage because there's no on-premise storage needed for this, and then view the same logs through search, and that way you can view event logs through multiple different sources across different points in time, all without having to remote into each individual machine. And through solutions, which I'll cover in the second portion of this presentation, you'll be able to see different lenses. You'll be able to view information through different lenses. So we have different types of assessments based on different Microsoft workloads, and we'll use the log information to tell you if you might be running into a pitfall that we're aware of from Microsoft support information, or perhaps your configuration is not as optimal as it could be. Likewise, we can also track changes in your environment. So if once we start collecting logs, we can show you what has changed in your environment, and you can use that to troubleshoot data a lot more easily. Again, one of the benefits of working making this at Microsoft is we have a large repository of information about what are the threats that are out there online right now, so we can help you identify security breaches. If any malicious IPs have communicated with your environment, we can identify that as well just by looking at the logs and correlating that with the information that is made available from our Microsoft security teams. And then, as I mentioned, this integrates quite seamlessly with System Center as well. So the team at OMS is actually also part of the team that built System Center Operations Manager. So we know firsthand that deploying System Center Operations Manager is not trivial. So if you've already gone through the trouble of deploying SCOM, we want to make sure that you can reuse that effort, reuse those agents, and just connect to OMS to get the insights that you need. So that's the super high-level view of what OMS is doing. Now, the customers are sending us data, so it is important to understand how data is flowing, and what this is showing is just how agents are sending data over to OMS. And if you're familiar with SCOM, a lot of this will be familiar to you. So on number one, you can see that we have a SCOM management group, and this is one of the three options that exist today. what the agents will do is, as soon as you've established a connection with OMS, the agents will get information about what kind of configuration you've set up. Because one of the things in OMS is you can set up exactly what logs you want to collect and what machines you want to include in OMS. Your SCOM management group is not onboarded all by default. It's you pick specifically which machines matter to you. So once you've picked that, the agents will understand what logs need to be sent up to OMS. They'll go through the management server and optionally through a proxy server that you can set up. And then data will be compressed and sent securely over to our service. Now, once it's in our service, our search engine will ingest it, and that's what will make everything a lot easier to search through. And we will store it in secure Azure storage. Data is segregated by customer, so your customer data will never be mixed in with somebody else's. And as I'll show later, there's a concept of a workspace that you can create multiple of to create different groups of analysis. So if you work with multiple teams and you don't want to mix their data, you can have one account, one OMS account, multiple OMS workspaces, and switch between different groups. Once the data has been stored and is available for search, and from steps 1 basically to step 6 can take anywhere from 5 to 30 minutes, maybe 1 hour on the first try, on the very first time that you're connecting, but it's generally quite fast. Once that data is available in OMS storage, we can surface it to you through the portal, which is at microsoft.com/OMS. And that's where you can add solutions, view different types of visualizations, and you can also go into granular search and find exactly what events, what problems, and what machines you care about. Now, you'll see that in number 1, we have the SCOM management group. And by the way, this communication does not affect SCOM databases at all. We don't need to restore information, so it's zero impact to Operations Manager DBs. Now, if you don't have a SCOM environment, you can get the agent from our portal and install it on a server. It can be on-premise, it can be virtual. So where you see number 3 here, you can consider that an on-premise server, or you can consider that an Azure virtual machine. And once the agent is installed in there and configured, the data will flow much in the same way. You can set up a proxy server in between that agent and OMS, and data will be stored in the same way. So it's all really about making sure that the agent is installed and configured correctly. And in the demo portion of this section, I'll show you how to make sure that the agent is communicating effectively with OMS. So next, just going briefly into what is the bare bones requirements that you need to get this to work. You need a Microsoft or an organizational account. A Microsoft account is an account that ends in Outlook.com, Live.com, Hotmail.com. There may be others. And an organizational account is the one you get from your work or from the school that you go to. You obviously need to have the agent software in at least one form. So to refresh what I mentioned earlier, you can either connect to server directly, you can enable OMS on an Azure virtual machine, or you can reuse Operations Manager agents. And more specifically, the agent version needs to be Operations Manager 2012 ST1 UR2 or later. Although I will say that I recommend installing the latest update rollups because we do keep fixing OMS functionality, OMS SCOM integration functionality in each update rollup. And then as far as browsers go, officially we support IE and Firefox. You will need the browser obviously to go see the portal. Chrome, I will say, I usually get this question, Chrome may work, but we can't guarantee that all the UI components will work as expected, so that's why you don't see it on this list. So I'm going to go now into demos, but this presentation will actually be available to you after it, so after the session. So I've actually written down the different things that I'll be showing you in the demo. So we'll first go through the sign-up process for OMS, and I'll show you there the different pieces of information that you need to have ready for signing up. Then I'll go into how to connect to server directly, and how to verify that the agent is communicating with OMS. I'll show you where to go on the Azure portal to enable OMS on an Azure VM. And then I don't have a live demo for this, but I will show you some screenshots of this. You can also obviously integrate with Operations Manager, and that is all done through the Operations Manager console. So I'm going to exit out from my presentation for a second and go into my signup. So I've gone to Microsoft.com/OMS, and this is the main page for the product where you can get a lot of more sales information like pricing and different resources. You can also get links to our mobile app, and I'll go into that later on in the presentation. But know that there are mobile apps as well, Android, iPhone, and Windows Phone. So I'm going to click Sign In on the Operations Management Suite portal, and I'm going to use this demo account that I created yesterday. And now it's going to ask me for my password. And so this will show me a blank slate. So it knows that my current account, this brand new account, is not associated with an OMS workspace. And you always need at least one workspace to work with. You can create multiple ones, and I know we have customers with us, as much as 5 workspaces. So you can create quite a few of them. And I think the limit might be around 20 workspaces that you can create, although that might get a little bit unmanageable if you have that many at that point. So I'm going to click Yes. I want to create my very first workspace. And so the very first thing is you need to have a unique workspace name. This is because your workspace will get its dedicated address, and so it will double check that there are no workspaces all up with the same name. So I'm going to see. Actually, I don't think this should have spaces. Okay. So hopefully no one's created that name. That's great. The next thing is we can also create, select the workspace region. So the data that you send to OMS will be sent to Microsoft Data Center. And so for many institutions and organizations, it's important to know where the data will reside. So today we support 2 regions, one in the US and one in Europe. But you should definitely look towards updates in this area, because we're always looking at adding more locations here. So I'm going to add my name. This is my email. I'm not going to add my phone number, and I'm from Microsoft. And so you can actually also select to stay informed, and if you select keep me informed here, we'll actually contact you with surveys on future features, because we're literally adding features every day, so we want to make sure that customers and partners are aware of what we're working on and give us their feedback. So I've started by creating my workspace, and while this loads, I'll tell you that it is also at this point that we should be. Okay, I believe what happened, so it is also at this point that you may see a prompt to get your Azure subscription linked. It didn't show up for me for some reason, but I'll also show you there are multiple places throughout the portal where you can add it, and I'll go into that once we get into solutions. So this is how you create a workspace. You have a workspace ready, and now you can start adding agents and connecting them to this particular workspace, and that's what I'm going to go into now. So let's remember this name, OMS Demo Laura 123, and I'm going to go now into another machine where I'm going to deploy my agent. And actually, I should show you that when you get started, you'll have this big blue square with the progress of how far into deployment you've gone. So if you click that, it will tell you the 3 steps that you need to do. You can start by adding solutions, and we suggest several solutions for you here. So I'm going to add the selected solutions, and we'll go into these in the second piece, so you don't really need to worry too much about these. You could have selected only log search, and you would have been fine. But what I'm really wanting to show you in this piece is connecting a data source. So you see that we have three different columns here. The first one is for connecting servers directly, and that's what I'm going to be doing now. You can download the Windows agent, both at 64-bit and 34-bit versions, and you'll see that we also have a preview now for downloading a Linux agent. So I'm going to move into my Windows server, and I'm actually before I go in there, I should also mention you're going to need your workspace ID and a key to connect your agent to Operations Management Suite. So copy your workspace ID and later on copy your primary key because we will be needing it for the next step. So right now I am here. I'm going into connecting a server directly. So I've already downloaded the Microsoft Monitoring Agent into the particular server that I'm going into. And I need to log in. So I've remoted into the machine that I want to connect directly to OMS. And what you will get is this setup for the Microsoft Monitoring Agent. One thing to note is I'm running this manually, but you can also run this programmatically across multiple agents. And in our blog and in our help files, we have complete scripts on how to install and configure agents. So there's absolutely no need to do this manually, but I like to show you what's going on step by step. So I agree to the Microsoft Monitoring Agent license, select the destination folder. And so here, as you recall, this is the same agent that is on Systems and Operations Manager. If you were connecting this to Operations Manager, you select the bottom option. But since we're only working with operational insights in this particular case, I'm going to check the second option. And when I click Next, this is where I get prompted for my workspace ID. So the workspace ID is a GUID, in particular for the workspace that you created. So the workspace ID I'm going to paste is the one that I just copied from the workspace I created, and I'm going to move this briefly back in here to show you that now I'm going to copy my primary key from the blank slate workspace that I have. So now I'm pasting this here, and it's also at this point that you can provide advanced proxy configuration. So if you want to, you can go in there and set up the proxy. I'm not going to do that at this point. I'm just going to connect to my workspace. And so what this is doing right now, it's installing the agent. It's telling it specifically what OMS workspace to connect to and confirming that it has the primary key access to it. And so once this installs, you will be able to go into the control panel. See, okay, so this is actually already finished. So this is already telling you where you can go check the agent settings in OMS, for OMS. So I'm going to go into the control panel. And under System and Security, you will see the Microsoft Monitoring Agent. And if at any point you need to change the workspace that this agent is reporting to, you can go into here and change it. So under Azure Operational Insights, you'll see that you have the workspace ID that we put in setup and also the workspace key. If you want to disconnect it from Operations Manager or Operational Insights, this is where you uncheck it and click OK. And this green check mark is the guarantee that the agent is talking to OMS. So if you see for some reason that a computer is not sending data to OMS or appears not to, always go here to make sure there's not a problem on the agent side. If this looks okay, then it's possible there's an error on the service side. So now this machine has been onboarded to OMS. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to refresh this. And what I should be seeing now is that I have one server connected directly to this particular workspace, and that's exactly what we have. So this is the server that I just onboarded. It's already here, and now as I start adding solutions, we will start seeing the data from the server. But right now, it's ready to get data. The next thing I'm going to show you is how to connect an Azure VM. So I'm going to minimize this, close out this session, and I have the Azure portal right here. So this is not the preview portal. I do recommend doing this in the classic portal because it does contain all the functionality. We're moving functionality into the preview portal every day. So what you can do from here is you could actually, if you wanted, you could create your own workspace starting from here. So you don't necessarily need to create it from the OMS page. To create a workspace from here, you go into App Services, Operational Insights, Quick Create, and here you can create a workspace name, and again, this is a unique workspace name all up. You can select a tier, and you can select any that you want right now. Free will limit the data retention to 7 days, and it also limits how much data you can send per day. And this is something that you can change at any point in time. So choosing something here does not limit what you can do later. I would just start out at free and then move on from there. And then again, here you can choose a location. So I've already created my workspace, but I'm not going to create one here, but no, this is where you can create one. But the real thing I want to show you here is once you have your operations management suite, you can see the different workspaces here. And so I've already created one workspace called LC Test Demo for this in particular, and enabling the OMS agent on Azure VM is as simple as clicking Enable Op Insights and confirming that you want to install the agent on this particular machine. And what this will do is it will install the agent and configure it and link it automatically for you. So when you do this, there's no need to copy the workspace key or the primary key. You can also forward data to Azure Diagnostic Storage, and you can also select it from here. So you can add a storage account, select any storage account that's available to your subscription, and also specify the data type that is stored in that account. And again, this will be reflected as soon as you click Apply. It will be reflected back on your portal under the connected sources. So the last thing, so I just did this, and again, you can find the instructions here on how to create a workspace. And so the very last thing I wanted to show you is integrating with with SCOM. In the Operations Manager console, you will go to Administration. This is the screenshot that I have of the experience. And so under Administration, you will find the Operational Insights node. Now, depending on what version of SCOM you're on and what update rollup you've applied, you may see any of three names, which are our three, our current and our past two names. You may see Operations Management Suite, which is the most current. You may see Operational Insights, which is the one that we have here. Or you may even see System Center Advisor, which is our oldest iteration from almost 2 years ago. So look to see what name you see here. If you don't see a name, that means that you don't have the necessary update rollups installed, or that maybe you haven't applied it. Remember that after you download an update rollup, you still need to import the management packs to get all the functionality that's been made available. So once you're here, you register to OMS, and what you'll get is a wizard, where again you'll specify your Microsoft account, you'll select your workspace, and then later on you can select the machines. So as I mentioned before, we're not going to add your entire SCOM management group by default. You pick exactly what machines you want to onboard to OMS. And as soon as that's done, then you'll start seeing the connected sources in OMS from SCOM, from servers connected directly, or from Azure Storage. So those are the three different ways to deploy it. There's a lot of documentation on this if you need troubleshooting tips. Our blog post contains multiple blog posts on tips and tricks for this. But all of this is the three main ways to deploy OMS. Now, as soon as you have this, you're ready to start using your solutions, which is the next piece that we're going to go into. So if you've worked with OMS or Operational Insights in the past, you might have known these as intelligence packs. They're called solutions today. And what solutions are a collection of logic, visualization, and data acquisition rules. So the solutions know exactly what data to collect. They know what logic to use on this data, and then they know what visuals to show you in the portal. And you can turn any solution on and off with the exception of log analytics. Log analytics is the core one that's always enabled by default because you need it to run OMS. So the solutions will collect specific data from your environment. So the more solutions you have enabled, the more data will be collected. Each solution has pre-built rules, and if you're familiar with SCOM, you can actually look at them as a kind of management packs. They actually are management packs in the background that tell the SCOM agent exactly what rules to collect information for. All the visualizations are provided out of the box, and then in the background, every single solution is powered by OMS search. So really what the solutions are doing is they're doing search for you. So if you're tight on time and you just want a quick all-up view, or perhaps you're not the kind of person that is so technical that they want to go into search, you can definitely use the solutions to begin with. Again, this is for your reference later. So these are just some of the solutions that we have today. We're building more and more every day. You'll see that we have automation and backup here. Those are key solutions that were enabled, were put together with operational insights when we became a suite, and they work wonderfully together. And then you'll see that we have several assessments for different Microsoft workloads, and I'll show you those as well. And we have a security focus as well. So we have the security and audit solutions that will show you what security pitfalls you could fall into, or we might have detected in your system. So I'll go now into the demo of the OMS portal and solutions so that you're familiarized with it and know where to go as soon as you get started. So for this purpose, I'm going to switch out to a different account that's been enabled for quite some time and has all the solutions enabled today. So I wanted to go first into the portal all up. So this is what the portal looks like when you sign in day to day. And the first thing you'll see to your left are key information that we want to make sure you have right off the bat. So one is log search, and this will take you directly to search, which I'll show you in the last portion of this presentation, as well as my dashboard. My dashboard I'll also cover in the third part, and it's your customized view into OMS with the saved searches that you care about and nothing else. The solutions gallery, which I'll click into now, is actually where you can see what solutions are available, which ones you have installed and you own, and which ones are coming soon. So you can see that we're working on them constantly, and you'll see previews of upcoming solutions there quite often. So I'll begin with the assessment ones because they they actually all have several parallels. And if you've used this product for a while, you'll know that configuration assessment is actually what we started out with, and this is the core functionality of System Center Advisor. So what we're doing with the assessments is we're taking all the knowledge from Microsoft support team. Every day they get calls from customers all over the world, and inevitably they run into issues that were documented but were perhaps difficult to find. And so what we've done is we've taken those top issues and we've created logic to detect them. And if we find that an environment has a specific configuration that may cause an issue, we raise that either as an alert or as a recommendation that can be followed to correct the situation. Configuration assessment in particular has several different workloads. It supports SharePoint, Exchange, Windows Server, and several others. But what you'll see here is we also have an AD assessment solution that focuses only on Active Directory, and we also have a SQL assessment one. This one focuses only on SQL assessment, but you may also get SQL recommendations from configuration assessment. Likewise, system update assessment looks at the updates that we know are available and that haven't been installed or perhaps are out of date in your system. So that's another way to get information on recommended activities. So I'm going to go into SQL assessment to show you what most of these look like, once you click it. So every solution, when it's clicked, goes into the drill down view. The drill down view will show you specific areas for that solution only. And again, these are all built on top of search. So when I click on any of these, we can get more detail that is done through OMS search. You can see that for SQL we have security, we have availability, performance, and upgrade recommendations. If we don't find any issues, that's great. But if we find some things that have not been done in the environment, we'll raise them, and we'll also tell you how critical they are. Some recommendations are just informational. Some recommendations might be actually critical. So in this case, this environment did not have a weekly database backup set up. So this was a heavily weighted recommendation. And here we surfaced the information from the KB article relevant to this issue. We show which machines are affected, and then we link to all the knowledge that we have available for it. So this is really trying to help customers not have to go search, through Google for hours, hoping that somebody ran into their issue and has already gotten an answer. This will surface all of Microsoft's support knowledge to you and detect it if it's applicable to you. And that's how all the assessment solutions work at a high level. I will say malware assessment, though, looks, obviously very specifically into anti-malware. And we show you if a particular server does not have sufficient protection. Now, I'll go into next, actually, alert management. If you have an environment connected to SCOM, you can actually connect the alert management solution and start seeing SCOM alerts. So this will give you a read-only view into SCOM alerts, and this is much faster than the SCOM console, so hopefully, again, it helps you save time not having to use too many different things at once. You'll see here that we have the automation and the backup solutions installed. These are core solutions for OMS, and what I promised I'd show you is how you can configure these. So both for automation and for backup, you can see a configure button at the bottom, and this is where you pick what Azure subscription is associated with this particular automation solution. You can change that at any time, of course, if you want to see different kinds of environments, different kinds of information. So the last solution I wanted to show you was change tracking, which is one of the ones that our users get a lot of benefit out of. And from here, I'll also show you how solutions connect to search, which is the last piece that we're going to discuss soon. So you see here that change tracking shows changes by type, so whether it's Windows service changes or software changes, by server as well, and by application. So we break down software changes and Windows service changes. And one thing that you'll see at the right of most solutions is common queries. So this is how we start connecting solutions to search, and we want you to to start getting familiarized with the search queries that we're doing. So I can click anything on this solution. So I'm actually going to click this particular computer that's had 60 service changes, and you'll see that when I click it, it takes me directly into search, and it will show me those 60 results that the tile was referencing. So you see that we have very granular data here. We have a lot of information, and for someone that needs to troubleshoot, that needs absolutely all the detail for solving a problem, this is very valuable. For someone that's more visually oriented, the solutions might be their preferred option. But once you start realizing all the common components between solutions, the search syntax will become much more familiar, and it's such a powerful tool to use. So I'm actually going to go back to hit back far too much. So I wanted to show you also the queries, so you can see that they're already written in the search query language, and when you click any of these, again, these will take you straight to search and use the query that you just specified. So this is basically an overview of solutions. The last thing I wanted to show here was actually one component in the portal, which is usage. So usage is actually, we have several new features in here where we show you first how much usage you're getting per solution. So you can see in the middle column here, log management obviously is a core one that it does most of the heavy lifting. But you can see, for example, that security does collect a lot of information, and that is because security logs are actually quite large. So those are things to keep into consideration when you're enabling solutions. One of the new features that we have is we also enabled estimated costs. So you can see like what an estimate of your cost will be if you continue the usage that you've been having recently. We'll also show you the SLA. So the SLA will be, was your data processed according to our SLA? And you can download all our SLA details from here. So this is really where to go to see how much data you've been sending us, to see whether we've been successful at collecting your data on time, and to understand how much impact your solutions are having on your usage. So I believe that is it for the portal and solutions. So the next thing that I'll go into, the last thing for this presentation, is log collection and search. So like I mentioned, and I've talked about several times in the presentation, logs and search are the backbone of OMS. The log collection tells OMS what to look for, and it also determines how much data you're sending us. And with the analytics that we have on top of them, you can interact with your logs, some of them almost in real time, and all the time you can interact with historical data. Now search it will let you correlate this information and see it across multiple sources, and that's one of the key benefits of OMS. You don't need to be remoting into each machine just to understand what's been going on around the same time for each machine. And because we have a powerful search engine, we can also let you filter on top of it in multiple ways. You can visualize it in multiple ways. You can export data, and you can also save it in ways that you can access frequently later on. So potentially you might only have to create a search one time, but then once you save it, you can access it every single day without having to go back and think about the search syntax. This is again here for your reference for once you download the presentation. So this is what search looks like, and I'll go into what each one of these areas mean. And you can create custom dashboards as well, and each one of these tiles here is a saved search that I've then added into my custom dashboard, and I'll show you both of these in the final demo. So we're going now into final demo, and so the first thing I want to show you is where to set up log collection. So I'm actually going to open an in private session, and I'm going to go into that workspace that I created at the top of this presentation, and show you what it looks like by default. So this is the workspace that I created, and I believe I only have one server connected directly. I can confirm my email address, and this is actually where you provide your email for communications later on. Okay. And so we're here at, so these are all the different solutions that I enabled initially, and you see this is what it looks like on day 0, where you could start configuring your Azure subscriptions that will be needed for these different solutions. But what I really want to show you here is how to set up the data, the logs. So you'll see that in our get started steps, we've connected data sources, we've added solutions, and the last thing we want to do here is specify which logs we want to add. So you see we have different types of logs available today, and one in particular that I really enjoy showing is the performance counters. So we actually give you suggested performance counters, but there are dozens more that are available here. I'm going to add the suggested ones. And one thing that is also neat here is we can collect them at 10-second intervals by default. You can change this to whatever you like, but the benefit of us being a cloud service is that it doesn't matter how often we're collecting data, we can store the data in cloud storage, and it's not going to have an impact to your environment. So it's not like in the SCOM days where you really had to worry about how often you were, collecting information. Once you've selected your performance counters, you click Save. And so, after this next time, you can see that at any point I can type any keyword and I will get dozens of suggestions for different performance counters. Likewise, I'll let you choose IIS logs. I'll show you how to enable custom fields from the data that you've already collected, and you can also set up Linux syslogs. So that was the day zero experience of logs and how to set them up. I'm going back into my my environment that has a lot of data and go into search, and so this is the last thing I'll be showing you here. So once you're familiarized with search, you can go straight into here and start typing away. I'm going to type perf counters, but before I keep going, you'll see that once you start typing, we'll start giving you suggestions. So if you're not 100% familiar with the search query syntax, you can learn here how to do it. So I'm going to go with perf. That actually worked. I'm going to go with performance counter. And another neat thing is you can highlight this, and it will give you more information on how to use that particular syntax, several examples, and from there link you to our complete syntax reference. So the information to learn the search syntax is all there, and with a few days of experience, it really becomes second nature. And one cool thing here as well is also we'll give you a preview of how many results you have. So if you've maybe typed the wrong search query and the number looks off to you, you'll recognize it just by that. So I've typed perf, and now I'm going to type search. And so this is how your raw perf counters look like, and this is very similar for all the different logs that we collect. We have a lot of information here, and one of the things I want to show you is from here you can create custom fields, and that's one of the first levels of customization that we provide in search. So let's say if I wanted to create a custom field from counterpath, you can click the three lines here we call the hamburger, and do different things on that field. So you can extract fields from here and then learn on top of that how to detect that field in future logs. These are perf counters, and one cool thing about perf counters is perf counters are shown as aggregates, but you can also see the raw data. So what I'm going to show you here, so this was the raw data, the 260,000 results, but here are the aggregates by 30 minutes. And this is where you can see a really cool view into real-time data coming in. So I'm going to drill down into the last hour of data that I've been collecting. And when you drill down within an hour or less, you can actually start seeing the data come in. So I'm going to drill down into this last hour and expand the disk transfers, disk transfer numbers. And so the dark, oh sorry, my query hadn't finished. So I'm going to do the disk transfer again. And so the dark blue lines that you're seeing is the data that we already had, but since you recall we're collecting every 10 seconds, you actually see the real-time data coming in light blue. So this is data that is just coming into OMS in the last 10 seconds, and already you can visualize it in search right away. So from here, there's countless things that you can do. You can change the type of visualizations from a list view to a table view. The table view will show you, columns and then the differences in information from each. You can export to Excel, and you can see below that we're working on a lot of other cool ways to export and use this information. And so I'm going to select, just one of these computers. This is a facet, so I just selected Chorizo 11 as the one computer that I want to filter data on. And once I have the search I want, and this is a very simple search, but once you have the exact search that you want, you can start saving searches. So I'm going to say this is Chorizo 11 perf, and you can select the save search category. So these are my Infront demo categories. And once I click search, that particular search has been saved as that name. And what I can do from here is go and start building my custom dashboard. So remember that we had the custom dashboard here in the portal, and so that's the last piece that we'll go into now. And the custom dashboard is really the place, to see the queries that you care about the most, and see it day to day. So I'm going to click Customize on my dashboard. You see I already had 8 tiles here that I've added, and I'm going to go into and find chorizo. So you see this is the query that I just created, and I'm going to add it into my dashboard. And so one thing, we're adding more visualizations to this, but today you can choose whether you see it as a bar chart or you see it as a number. You can set a threshold here, change the value so it draws your attention more depending on what you see, depending on what OMS sees, and highlight it differently. Once you're done, so I'm going to remove this tile so I don't change my dashboard, but once you've saved this, you can come back here, and then if you click the tile, it will take you back to search, and this was the query that was behind that one tile, and you can see the raw results for that particular query. So as you can see, there's a lot to do, and it's all right there at your fingertips. And once you understand the queries that you care about, you can create your dashboard, go there every day, see the information that matters to you. You can export this, share it with someone that perhaps doesn't come to the. You can share the raw data with people that perhaps don't come to the OMS portal. And depending on what information matters to you, you can enable different solutions. So that is, let me double check. I believe that's the core of, that's my presentation. Those are my demos. One thing that I do want to stress is we're building features every single day. Like we literally change the product every day. We build new features, we fix things, and it's all because we have a very active customer base. So if you ever trying this out, or if you try it out later on, do stay in contact with us. You can find us on Twitter. You can find us on our blog, which is still the Mom Team blog from back in the Microsoft Operations Manager days. And always, we look at feedback from customers every day. We only build the features that the customers ask for. So if you see the feedback button down there and you have something to say, definitely say it. Vote on the ideas that other people have, and you'll see it soon on the portal. That's how we got perf metrics in there, and that's how we're getting a lot of features in there just from customer and partner feedback. One last housekeeping thing, and I think Georgia just sent it to you as well. There's a survey here for this session. Infront and I would love your feedback on this. And I think we have about 10 minutes maybe for questions if there's any.
We do. That was great, Laura. Thanks so much. What a fantastic presentation, even for someone as non-technical as myself. That was amazing. I'm sure you can go on and on, but you jam-packed it in 1 hour. That was fantastic. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. There are some questions. Would you like me to go through and read them to you?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay, very good. And you probably answered some of these, as a lot of them were earlier on in the session. But one of them was, what are the OS requirements for the OMS agent, which I believe you touched on at the beginning.
Yeah. So actually that's a great question, because I forgot to mention we support both server and client. So I believe it's anything Windows 8 or above, so Windows Server 2012 or client Windows 8 or above, we will support. We can find this in the help documentation, and that will be updated as we add more compatibility. And of course, the Linux agent has a specific Linux system requirements as well that I recommend checking out.
Okay, thank you. And I know you mentioned that IE7 or later is supported. Alex asks, what about Edge browser?
The Edge browser, so I know from my own personal experience that it does work, but it's again, there are some kinks with the UI. I would still recommend the classic version of IE for data use, but I think the Edge browser is mostly compatible as well.
Okay, great. I don't know if you can answer some licensing questions, but this question is about Is it a single price or OMS license depends on components included?
Yeah, let me actually go into that page because
Great.
So there are two different pricing schemes for OMS. So one is with the System Center Standard Edition. You can get it as an add-on and pay per month, and it's on free, standard, and premium tiers. So that those change how long your data is retained and how much data you can send to us. But if you don't have System Center, you can also purchase it separately, and then it turns into a as-you-go situation where you pay per month. Although most of the services still have a free tier, so it won't. It's important to remember like how much data you're sending, and you can access the most up-to-date information on Microsoft.com/OMS under the pricing button there.
Great, thanks, Laura. A few more here. Going forward, which is the way to go, SCOM or OMS? What's your opinion?
I think I think they mean like either. So I don't know if that's a question about deployment or about products. About deployments, deployment, I will say the connecting directly, the agent directly does provide a few more features. But I think if the question is product-wise for management all up, both still have their separate spaces. So OMS is more about collecting the data and helping you search on top of it, but SCOM, the next version of SCOM and then current SCOM still have much better and robust alerting mechanisms. So we don't have a health concept yet, like in SCOM, where you have a health for a particular object, and the alerting in SCOM is much more granular. What OMS does a lot better is the store. So we don't have a concept of a data warehouse, of an operational data warehouse, but I think they're still separate spaces. So if you want very granular alerting, SCOM is still the way to go.
Fantastic. Great answer. Great question. Am I correct that this is an updated flavor of System Center Advisor?
Yes, very much updated. So actually, the only thing that is from System Center Advisor in OMS is the configuration assessment tile. So this tile here is System Center Advisor functionality. The rest is all new. So we started building on top of System Center Advisor, making Advisor, making a lot of improvements on there. So if you go into configuration assessment, you'll find several things that are familiar to System Center Advisor users, but search is brand new to OMS. System Center Advisor did not have as powerful search, and it did not have as powerful elasticity as OMS has, and it definitely didn't have all these solutions. But good catch, yes, it is.
Great. Yeah, these are great questions. Let's keep going. Yeah. Is OMS the same concept as audit collection services for SCOM?
No, there are several. There's similar aspects in there. So we do have a security. Let me see if I show it here. We do have a security and audit solution, and there will be some overlap there. But again, it does a lot much more than audit collection services and so on.
Great, thank you. Can OMS alert users via email?
We are working on that, and if you were looking carefully at the search, you might have seen something at the bottom maybe related to that, a feature that's in preview today. So yes, we are definitely working on that, but it's not live today.
All right, very good. All right, this one. Since the System Center Advisor iteration, I've wished I could extend all of my SCOM environments to utilize the technology. Unfortunately, I work in government with black box, so no internet access environments. Any plan to offer this as an on-prem solution?
Yeah, so we get that feedback often, so it's definitely something that we reconsider, often throughout the year. Today, we don't have that functionality available. I don't think we have any plans for that, but it's definitely not an uncommon request, and we're figuring out really the main thing would be how do we, help with the storage portion, because there is a lot of storage that goes into this, and it's a huge benefit to have it as a cloud service. So not today, but this is one of those things that should definitely go into the feedback button down here on the bottom right, because it is definitely something we hear about, and regarding government, we're also looking at how to make sure that we provide data in a very secure fashion that is in line with government standards.
Great. All right. Can OMS be compared to Splunk?
Oh yes, very much so.
Okay, that was the easy answer. All right. Do you need to elaborate on that, Laura, or shall I go?
So yeah, they do a lot of the things that we're in the same space. We're in the same space. I do think that we have a much more focused view into the workloads. I don't think they can provide the same assessments that we can provide. But it works similarly in that we search through logs. The one difference is I believe Splunk has an on-premise version, and we're solely a cloud service today. But yes, that we are a direct competitor of Splunk.
All right.
Having of Splunk.
Great name.
Not of Splunk.
An honest and diplomatic response. Okay, very good. 3 more, I believe, here. What is the resource impact to the SCOM agent of collecting performance counters on a frequent interval, say the 10-second default?
Yeah, so that's one of the things. You shouldn't see any impact because there won't be any impact to storage on premise at all, and we're using the agent within the parameters that it was built to work on. So you shouldn't see any degradation at all on your on-premise environment if you set up performance counters. It does collection in much in the same way that SCOM did before.
Great. You mentioned a proxy server. Do we need one if we have SCOM 2012 R2 in our environment?
No, you don't need one. It's all optional in any situation.
Okay, great. I was trying to do Azure Site Recovery, and they mentioned minimal requirements are Windows 2012 R2 for Hyper-V cluster, but you mentioned it can work on 2012 also.
Yeah, I might tell that was my mistake. So yeah, no, I was talking specifically for the 8. You may find that some solutions have specific requirements depending on which one, like Azure Site Recovery. There are some solutions, for example, that work only in the connected directly method and might not work on SCOM. And you should see it in it. So I would recommend if you want to know requirements for a specific solution, go into the solutions gallery that's displayed right now and click on the solution, and it will tell you exactly any additional requirements that you have. So the agent itself is the one that will work on 2012 and on.
Excellent. Okay. Well, they're still coming in. Do I need to purchase standard or premium plan if we are a volume license customer?
It should be available as an add-on from standard. Yeah.
Okay, great. Here's another question. Is it $83 per month per server or per month for OMS workspace?
It's for OMS period. Let me double check that, but I believe it's period. It doesn't take into consideration how many servers you have or how many workspaces. Now the amount of servers that you have will affect the usage, of course, but for actually getting OMS, I believe it's just one. Let me double check.
Sure.
Yeah, I believe it's just a flat rate. But yeah, this would be something to talk about more once you call to set this up, or with your with a account manager to get into the details of that. But I believe it's just once.
Great.
Per month.
Okay, that makes sense. Are there any plans to wrap any kind of security around what solutions users can activate?
Oh, so yeah, so I think that's going more into like role-based access control and provide more granularity. We do have plans on providing more granularity within a workspace. That's in progress though. But again, that's one of those big features that we get requested that I'd recommend going into feedback. And the way we do feedback is people vote things that they like. So that's one thing that I'm pretty sure is already in there. That if there's enough interest, people will vote, and then we'll definitely prioritize it higher.
Makes sense. So let's get that feedback. Does OMS have any reporting to show trends?
Well, you can see trends across the period of time in search. We don't have full-on reporting. We are working on connecting to other sources that specify that are specific for reporting, where you can do trends, so that we focus more on the search portion of it. So stay tuned for the features coming up, because you'll see a lot more reporting functionality come out probably this winter, early next year.
We'll have to do another one of these, obviously. Now, I don't think this is a question. This might be more of a response to an earlier question.
Oh, okay.
Bill says you need a proxy if your servers do not have direct access to the internet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is a good point. Yes, okay. That my assumption was that the servers had a outbound internet connection, but if they don't, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Very good. Thanks, Bill. Any network log collections in the works?
Well, the wire data, our wire data solution actually looks at network traffic. So that would be the first thing to check out. And this one is one of quite a popular solution that we're always adding improvements to. So I would say definitely check the wire data solution. That one looks at network traffic and looks at network logs.
Okay, excellent. Oh, wow, we're really making you work here, Laura. Is there an SSO option for the OMS portal?
I don't think there's any additional login portals today. No, but that's a good suggestion.
Okay,
follow up on that.
Great. And again, Bill, I think has more of a comment here again. He's saying trending, use Power BI. So that was probably in response to showing trends. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that is, and that's definitely where you should keep watching out in the future for things.
Okay, excellent. When utilizing SCOM for OMS, do on-premise agents need direct access to cloud endpoints, or does only the SCOM management servers require connectivity?
The management servers. If you're doing the SCOM setup, the management servers are the only ones that need outbound connection. If you're doing the other route and connecting the servers directly, then the servers would need it, unless you want to set up the proxy.
Excellent. And the last question, if a user has a customized application management pack and they want to utilize or transition to OMS, what would be the best option to do so?
Yeah, so that sounds to me like they're asking for basically a custom solution, and that is one of our most highly requested features that we're actually working towards right now. It's not. I don't think it's in preview yet, but that's definitely in the works, and it's one thing that we're really looking forward to enabling, so that customers and partners can get their own custom rules in there. So that's in the works.
Okay, excellent. And Bill has another comment here. Even with SCOM, agent needs access to internet to upload IIS logs.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thanks, Bill, for your help there. We'll call it an end there. Laura, fantastic presentation and great questions to come in and great responses. And, we're recording this and going to send it out to everyone so that they can watch it again. I know I will.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Laura. We'll be back, everyone, in about 8 minutes with Shawn Tierney's presentation, the last one of the day. Looking forward to that as well.
Demonstrating a solution that utilizes an on-premise SCOM management group, OMS, and Azure Automation to, 1, identify servers not monitored in SCOM, and 2, remediate the issue by auto-installing agents on those servers. I'll start by going over the different aspects of the solution, followed by an overview of the configurations and code. Finally, I'll provide some additional examples and use cases involving custom fields and/or Azure Automation and if time permits, a quick look at some NRT performance data, which Laura covered very well, but there's one or two other items I'd like to show. So identifying servers not being monitored in SCOM and remediating the issue is a process that is well known to many SCOM administrators out there and is often resolved by utilizing System Center Orchestrator. Nothing new there. What is different about the solution I'm going to demonstrate today, and what I'll be zeroing in on, are the abilities to collect and write custom logs from your on-premise resources to OMS, use custom fields in OMS to extract a specific value from a line of output, in this example a computer name, and then utilize Azure Automation runbooks to remediate issues both in the cloud and on-premise from one central location. Additionally, as you'll see, the model used in this solution does not only apply to this particular use case. I'll highlight several other examples of use cases where collecting custom logs, configuring custom extracted fields, and/or Azure Automation could be very useful. So we'll take a brief look at the agenda. We'll start with the solution overview, followed by a review of the solution components, the custom SCOM management pack, OMS log search and custom fields feature, and Azure Automation with the hybrid runbook worker to execute on-premise. I will then move on to the demo and, time permitting, some NRT performance data alert dashboard configuration. So let's move on to the solution overview. The first part of this solution requires a custom SCOM management pack, which contains a generic text log event-based collection rule that collects all log entries from a custom text file and writes them to OMS. Pretty simple management pack. The second part of the solution includes the use of custom extracted fields in OMS to isolate and extract specific values from each line of log output. The custom field name is then incorporated into the runbook workflow logic to filter the OMS search query results, enabling us to target the agent installations. This feature is very powerful and not only allows us to create custom fields for reporting and analytics, but it provides us with an easy option to isolate one particular value in a line of output and extract that exact field for all subsequent log entries that match the specified criteria. We'll get into this a bit more later in the demo. The final part of this solution involves executing cloud-based Azure Automation runbooks against an on-premise SCOM management group based on the custom extracted fields collected in the previous step. Something to note here. In order to run Azure-based automation workflows against on-premise resources, we're required to first configure at least one hybrid runbook worker in the on-premise environment. I won't dive too deep into this configuration today, as there's a lot of good documentation out there, but from a high-level perspective, you can leverage any OMS agent to become a hybrid runbook worker by importing the hybrid registration PowerShell module and then running the add hybrid runbook worker commandlet to register the agent. Once the agent is registered, we can target our cloud-based Azure Automation runbooks against on-premise resources in addition to cloud resources. Very cool. So let's take a deeper look at the components and move on to the demo. We'll start with a quick overview of the management pack used to collect the custom text logs and write the data to OMS. At some point, this step will no longer be necessary because there are plans to provide custom log-based collection functionality directly from OMS, but for now we'll have to configure a simple management pack to forward that data to the cloud. For those that have some experience with MP authoring, this will be a very simple task. Our first step, once again, will be to create a simple generic text log event-based collection rule, which can be authored using your tool of choice or created directly in the console if that's easier. For this demo, let's assume for the sake of simplicity that the rule was created in the console. Once we've created the collection rule, we'll need to export the management pack and open it up in VSAE or another XML editor, as there are a few changes that need to be made in the code. These sections apply however you choose to create the management pack. So let's do a quick review of the custom management pack here. And our first change will be to add a reference for the Microsoft Intelligence Pack's types library, which contains the cloud write action required to send our data to OMS. Whether you author or export your management pack from the console, this reference will not exist by default and needs to be added for the solution to work properly. Our next two changes are both in the rules section. And what I've done here is create two collection rules, one that is already configured correctly and another one that I've exported from the console to demonstrate the changes required to write our logs to OMS. And that will be our demo test rule here. A few things to note here. First, we'll need to replace the default AppsDB and data warehouse write actions with the cloud write action. You can see in our console exported run, here's our default write action. The write DB will write to the AppsDB, then the write to DW will write to the data warehouse. Replacing these write actions will make sure that our data skips the SCOM databases and writes directly to OMS. So we don't want to write this data to SCOM and create overhead on our databases. We want to write this data strictly to OMS. Now to do this, in this scenario, I've already got a functioning rule with the cloud write action, which is right here. So I'll just copy this and paste it in the write action here. Oops. Nice and easy. And lastly, we need to add a condition detection to map our data to the event shape that OMS uses. As you can see in the console created rule here, there's no condition detection present by default, so this section will need to be added manually. In this case, once again, I have the condition detection configured in my functioning rule, so I can just copy and paste and be done with it. So I'll go ahead and add this, the same spot as the one above it, underneath data sources, and that's done. One thing to note, you may want to make sure that you set the publisher name here to something useful, as this parameter, the parameter maps directly to the source field in OMS. In my solution, I'm using the source field value set SCOM log in both the search query and my OMS search API workflow, so it's worth considering. There's several good blog posts containing the exact code needed for this solution, so you shouldn't have any problem finding the code to copy and paste into your management pack to get this working. So nothing too crazy here. All of these changes are highlighted very well in several blog posts. If anyone is unfamiliar with these posts, just let us know and I'll forward the links along. So our next step is to verify that our custom log entries are being written to OMS successfully. So let's move over to the OMS console and check it out. So this is the main page of the OMS console for those who maybe just joined or have never logged in. The overview page, which displays all the solutions which have been deployed in the workspace. We have quite a few solutions deployed here, but for the purposes of this demo, we'll be spending most of our time on the log search blade. So we'll go ahead and click log search. And once the search page comes up, I can enter my search query to display the log entries being collected by the custom management pack. As I stated before, I've configured the publisher name parameter in my custom management pack as set_scom log, so I'll start there. And I have several entries here. Let's go ahead and filter this a little bit. We can add the time generated field. And let's see if we can find anything within 2 hours. So we do have one entry here, which is expected. Notice the SCOM computer field here. This is the exact custom extracted field that will be utilized by the OMS search query run book we'll cover in the next section. For now, let's take a quick look at how this was configured. If you've configured your log collection rule and management pack properly, the custom field aspect is really quite simple. First, let's expand the properties. And in this case, I'm interested in the rendered description field, which contains the exact line of log output collected by the custom event collection rule. The next step is to click the context menu and extract. And this brings us to the custom field configuration page. At this point, it's time to highlight the exact item we want to be extracted from every log entry. For example, in my pre-configured field, I highlighted the server name, which is, in this case, scomdwo1.demo.local. And this will prompt me for the field title. I'll just go ahead and put test here to move to the next stage. And here's our search results. We'll give it a second to populate. And we can now see the extracted value from every line of output that matches our configuration. You can see here we have our extracted value, which is highlighted in blue on every line. And underneath that, the line of output, which in this case is the render description field. We do want to make sure that this is displaying properly here, that you're getting all the results that you expect. And if the value is not correct in the blue highlighted field, you'll want to reconfigure the custom field by clicking the highlighted field here. You can see it says remove. And that removes our changes and allows us to reconfigure. Nice and simple. A quick note, when you configure your custom field and don't see any results in the main view here, you can see I have my SCOM computer. If this is the first time I created it, this wouldn't exist here. And what you want to do is the custom field will start showing up on new log entries that show up. So if you configure your custom field and you take a look here and don't see it, I wouldn't worry about it. Now, if you start seeing new log entries coming in and still don't see your custom field, then you're going to want to go back and check your configuration to make sure everything's configured correctly. Additionally, you can always check your custom field configurations by navigating to the settings page and selecting custom fields. And I'll go ahead and show you that. So once this comes up, I'll select data, our custom fields, and these are all the custom fields configured in my environment. We'll get to these other ones in a second. For right now, the SCOM computer_CF one is the one we're looking at. And we have the option to either go to or remove. So this is where you would come to remove the custom field. For now, we'll hit go to, and this is going to populate the search query with all of the instances of the SCOM computer custom field in an aggregated form. So we can click this, and it's going to take us back pretty much to where we started off from. While we're here, let's take a quick look at a few other use cases. I previously configured a similar solution which collects the DB recovery file destination size line in the Oracle alert log. So we'll type in Oracle alert log, and once again, this is the name specified in the publisher name portion of the custom management pack. And while I'm doing this, I should note that this configuration was done in a different management group than my first example. This particular management group is configured in a cloud-based environment. So we have two separate custom log configurations in two completely separate environments, but I can access them all from the same place. So what I've done here is create a custom field called DB recovery file %used, which isolates the %used value from the rest of the DB recovery file destination size log output. By isolating the %used value as a custom field, it becomes searchable, which allows us to utilize that specific value in reporting in analytics, triggering runbooks, or even creating dashboards to show when the value exceeds a certain threshold, something I'll touch on in the performance data. This can be done for any logs, SECM, Oracle, proprietary, etc. And for all these views, we also have the option to click on a table view, which Laura showed earlier, and this gives us a cleaner view of the reporting data, makes it a little more consumable. So here's our DB recovery file %used field and all of the values. And this provides us good data that did not exist before this configuration. And we can also export it to Excel simply by clicking export. In this case, I'll just open it, and nice and easy, it's done. Now, before we move on to the automation portion of the demo, I want to quickly show one more use case, this time using the alert management solution, which is where our SCOM alerts are. So once again, I'll start by entering a query. And I'll filter out closed alerts. Part of my custom name, and let's do this within the last 24 hours. And here we go. So when I expand the alert properties on these, you can see that I have an alert description field which provides us with the free space remaining %value. These were simple alerts I created with event create and added the description just for the purposes of the demo. But using custom fields, we can extract this exact value and add this field to our alert properties as a searchable field, which I've done here with %free. Now, this value could be anything: a website name, a database, an event number, and so forth. Whatever the case, this feature can be incredibly useful. So we'll go back to the table view again, and we can now see our %free field and our %free values. So this new field presents quite a few options, like aggregating and grouping data for reporting and analytics, exporting the data to Excel for root cause analysis, or once again using the field to trigger automation runbooks to remediate issues. With the addition of alerts from Nagios and Zabbix and maybe more monitoring technologies, we could hypothetically orchestrate all of our alert remediation automation from one central location, which would be really cool. There are a lot of possibilities here, and the same concepts apply for any other solution deployed in OMS: security and auditing, configuration change, patch management, Linux, etc. Okay, let's get back on track. Just to recap, so far we've configured and imported a custom log collection management pack in our on-premise management group, and we've also configured a custom field in OMS to extract the computer name value from the log output. So let's move on to the automation phase. I'll go ahead and navigate to the automation blade on the overview page. And click the Runbooks blade, and this will redirect me to my Runbooks page in Azure Automation. All of my automation configuration will be done from here. So I currently have 11 runbooks configured in this subscription, but we'll only be using 3 for this demo, and I've tagged them all to distinguish them from the other test runbooks as application type set. Just a quick overview before we look at the code. Our first runbook is the Check SCOM Agent runbook, which will cross-check servers that meet a specific filter criteria in AD, in this case Windows Server, with servers that are currently managed in SCOM. Any servers that are identified as missing in SCOM will be output to the custom log and then forwarded to OMS. The second workflow is the Search SCOM log runbook, which will execute an OMS search query utilizing the OMS Search API to identify any log entries which match the specified search query criteria. If there are log entries present that match the search criteria, the Install SCOM Agent Windows workflow, which is here, will be kicked off to first verify whether an agent is already installed, and if it's not, install the agent and log the results. Let's take a look at the runbook code. We'll start with Check SCOM Agent. So I'll hit Edit here. And we have one mandatory parameter for management server, and for the purposes of this demo, I'll manually enter this value in the parameter field before running the workflow. But the goal would be to specify this during schedule configuration, and I'll show you that at the end. We want to automate this if possible. We next call the OM demo credential asset, and this credential asset is simply a pre-populated credential that has the appropriate SCOM permissions to authenticate during the management group connection in the next section, and that's right here. And you can see our credential asset variable right here under credential. Notice the inline script block. When working with Azure automation workflows, I found out the hard way. The only way to use traditional PowerShell commandlets is to wrap them in an inline script block. Now, this has changed recently with the introduction of PowerShell runbooks in Azure automation, but unfortunately, I have not yet had the chance to play with that. So for the purpose of this demo, I'm strictly using PowerShell workflow, and since I need to establish a connection to my management group using the native Ops Manager commandlets, the inline script activity is required. Our next section is where we first will search AD for all the Windows servers. You can see the filter here like Windows Server. And next, compare the AD results against the SCOM agent list to identify servers not in SCOM. For the purpose of this demo, I've hard-coded the noAgents variable, and that is more to avoid installing agents during the demo on servers that colleagues may be using. In a production environment or your testing, this probably will be not exist, and you'll uncomment these 2 lines here, 26 and 27, to automate the process a bit more. And if the noAgents variable does not equal null, the SCOM agent does not exist. So we can go ahead and write the SCOM agent is not installed output to the scom.txt log. Just to tie this together, the scom.txt log is the log we're collecting with our custom event collection rule and writing to OMS. So you can start to see how all of the aspects of the solution relate to each other. Lastly, before we move on, notice at the end, I'm outputting any errors in the runbook to a runbooklogs.txt file. This gives us the ability to troubleshoot and possibly set up alerts to notify when the runbook is failing. Let's go ahead and run this. So here's where I can enter my parameter. And we'll target the hybrid worker. and hit start. And if everything works properly, this should run those workflows and then log a result in our scom.txt log on the worker. And while this is running, notice in the run settings that we have a choice between Azure and hybrid worker. Also notice that we could choose a hybrid worker group for targeting. The hybrid worker group is specified during the hybrid runbook worker registration process I touched on earlier. And in this case, I chose the name hybrid runbook group 1. You can choose any name you would like here, and if you do not specify a name, then a default name is just chosen for you. We can add multiple servers to a single hybrid worker group for HA or load balancing, and we can also have multiple individual groups in a scenario where we have hybrid workers located in separate sites. Of course, we can also run our workflows on Azure for the Azure-based resources. So we're still running here, and we're completed. So let's go over and check the log to see if this succeeded. Here's our SCOM text log. And there we go. So it's identified SCOM DW01 as a server that does not have the SCOM agent installed. In your environment, hopefully you don't have a lot of entries here, but if you were to maybe run it for the first time, you could have multiple lines of output here for multiple different servers. So let's go to the next workflow. We'll go back to runbooks. And the next workflow will be the search SCOM log runbook. So once again, we start the workflow with the mandatory parameter for management server. And like the check SCOM agent workflow, I'll be manually entering this value during the demo, but normally we want to automate this. Next, we call up the connection assets and create an Azure AD token, and all of which will be passed to the search OMS workspace function as parameters. These connection assets are pre-populated and provide the information necessary to authenticate to Azure AD and connect to the OMS search API. You can enter this information in manually, but having pre-populated assets just saves a lot of time. There's a few really good posts out there which offer pre-configured modules that contain all of the logic needed to connect to the OMS search API and execute queries. The particular module I'm using for this solution was posted by Tierney, hopefully I didn't butcher that too bad, from Microsoft. For anyone interested, I'm happy to provide the links to these modules, which will certainly save you some time and headaches getting started and give you a point of reference. The next section is where we define the OMS search query. In this case, we're searching for all instances of set SCOM log which were generated in the last hour. This is the exact query we were using to search in OMS and should return the same results. Next, we'll go ahead and run the search OMS workspace function with the parameters defined above. You can see we have our token variable, query variable, and OMS connection variable, which we defined up here. Notice that I'm filtering our results on SCOM computer, which is the field that we referenced earlier in the OMS workspace. As we know from our OMS custom field configuration session, this will return the exact computer name from our custom log. If this field is populated, we'll move on to kick off the install SCOM agent workflows to install the agent. If the field is not populated, this means that there are no log entries which match our search criteria, so we log all agents are currently monitored. Hopefully that's the one we get most of the time. So let's take a quick look at the install SCOM agent Windows workflow. We'll go back once again to runbooks. And here it is. We start with the mandatory parameter for agent, which is passed in from the search SCOM log workflow if the search query returned results. We then call the OM demo cred credential, which allows us to once again connect to the SCOM management group, just like we did in the SCOM agent workflow, and that's right here. And the rest of the script is pretty straightforward. I'm running an install check to verify whether or not the agent is already installed down here. And if it is, I write this to the log and break the script. If it's not, we install the agent, run a final install check, and log the results. So let's give it a go. Oops, I went to the wrong one. So we'll go to the search SCOM log one. This is a child runbook that's called during search SCOM log. And once again, we'll enter in the management server parameter once this comes up. And target the hybrid worker, and we'll click Start. And just to reiterate, we still in our run settings, we have our, we can run on Azure if it's a cloud-based resource, or we can run against the hybrid worker. If we had multiple hybrid runbook groups, we could choose one out of the drop-down here. In this case, I only have one set up, so there's only one option. Once this starts, I'll go over to the worker and see if we're getting any log entries in there. Okay, so we're running. Let's see if we have any entries in the log yet. And these will all be logged here in the SCOM install log. So I do have one just letting me know that it's starting the install SCOM agent job on SCOM DW01. Doesn't necessarily mean that we're installing the agent yet, but at least the job has started. And when we get done with this, when I show you the scheduling, we won't have to enter this parameter anymore. When we get into the scheduling feature, that we can enter this exact parameter. It looks exactly the same, and during the scheduling, we never have to enter it again as long as that schedule is still running. All right, let's go back and check. So we still haven't started the install yet. And I mentioned earlier about the runbook log, outputting that. I have a couple examples here of kind of what that would look like. Some forced errors, if the data access service can't be reached, or if a different command or something can't be executed, it would give us that information here so that we can troubleshoot and just keep track of our runbooks. Let's go back and check it again. This should only take about a minute. Granted, this is a demo, and sometimes that doesn't always work out, but running is a good thing. Now, usually when I was creating these runbooks, I would, okay, so we do have some data here. We should have another aspect in the log, and then it's completed. What I was saying is usually when I'm creating these runbooks, I'll output my data so I can see the different steps go through. But since we're writing to a log and it's a demo environment, well, for an actual demo, I chose to do the right outputs to the actual log location rather than follow the process here. So let's go back and check that log. And there we go. The agent is being installed, and then the agent has been successfully installed. If we had any problems, it would have reported that. So just to make sure, we can go ahead and check this server. And here's our agent. So everything worked as expected, and once we do the scheduling, which I'll get into here in a second, this can all be automated, and hopefully we don't have to worry about this anymore. So let's look at the scheduling feature for a second. If I want to schedule the search SCOM log runbook, I simply click Schedules here. That's fine. You'll get that pop up every time. You can add a schedule, link a schedule to the runbook, and create a new schedule. So here I could just call this test schedule. Start time is fine because I'm not going to actually keep this. And then the recurrence, we can do it once, we can do it daily, we can do it hourly. For something like this, I wouldn't, daily would probably work, maybe twice a day just to check and see there's no agents. But others might need a higher reoccurrence time. The other part of the schedule, which I referenced earlier with the parameter, is the parameters and run settings. And here's where we can enter in our parameter and not have to worry about it again. So we can enter in scama1.demo.local, target the hybrid worker, and then just run it on a schedule rather than having to either hard code it or have a parent workflow that passes in the parameter, or just do it manually every time we want to run it. All are fine, but in my opinion, automation is good. So I'll go ahead and close this. And that is pretty much the solution. It looks like I still have quite a bit of time. So Laura already covered the NRT performance data stuff, but I'd like to take another quick look at it myself. I'll show how to configure a dashboard based on the aggregation and hopefully provide something new there. So I'll go ahead and start navigating back to my settings page. You can see that I've set up some of these, some SQL counters, some logical disk memory, some basic ones just to show the feature. So let's go back to the log search page. And like Laura mentioned earlier, most SCOM admins out there run into a situation where there's the requirement to collect performance data at very high intervals for root cause analysis. Maybe because another tool that was used before does it, lots of reasons. Depending on the SQL and storage configuration, this can become a big performance issue in SCOM very quickly. In the past, we could try workarounds like removing the write action from the ops DB or whatever it may be that's not supported. But there really is no way around the issue of short of increasing the intervals. With the introduction of this NRT performance data feature, we can bypass the SCOM databases altogether and write the performance data directly to OMS at what I'm doing and what Laura was doing earlier, 10-second intervals. I think this is an awesome feature, and personally know a few companies who are probably happy to see it. So Laura covered most of this, but I do want to show the dashboard aspect. So I've got a couple of saved queries here. I can start off with proc time. I'm just going to look at processor for all of my different servers. We have our aggregated on 30-minute aggregations and our raw data. So if I just want to come in and look at everything, maybe aggregated is fine, but maybe I want to go for a particular server. So let's do for SCOMDB01. And you can see up here, using select, you can filter these queries down to really move the data and see what you want to see. So, okay, I've got all my processor metrics for SCOMDB01, and I want to see the raw data. So I can open this, and this is very interactive, very easy to use, but I'm still not getting my raw data. And the reason that is that it has to be, I believe, and Laura can correct me if I'm wrong, within the last 6 hours in order to get that aspect of it. So we can change this to 6 hours. And we should start seeing some of the light blue come in here in a minute with the new aggregation, the new collection. And once again, very interactive. We can go to our individual collection times, our individual intervals, and see what these values are. So it's great for troubleshooting and root cause analysis, and you can pretty much pick any counter you want. I've got SQL counters in here. You can do Exchange, AD, whatever is available. And here's our light blue with the raw data. So let's go ahead and show how this can be used for maybe an alert dashboard using the dashboard features that Laura showed earlier. So I'll go ahead and click search and go to my dashboards. And I've got quite a few here that I've configured just for testing. So if I hit customize, I can find the saved query here. So anytime you type in a query and find the information and shape it the exact way you want it to be, you can save that query, and you can use it later to make it easier on yourself, not to have to figure it out again, first of all. But second of all, you can use it for dashboards. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll down to my saved queries here. And everything is running great because it's a lab, so I had to use a low metric, but I've got anything that has the proc time greater than 30. So let's add that. Oops, this is actually the wrong one. How about this? We'll go through the process. Let's go back to log search. And there's our problem. So we'll go ahead and save this. You can see here it's giving us all of our data. I've got it sorted descending, so we can look at this from a performance perspective overall and get an idea of where these different servers are. Now this is aggregated, of course, but when I save this query, let's just do proc dashboard and save it in NRT. So I'll go back to my dashboard. We hit customize and find our saved query. Here we go. So we just hit the plus, and for some reason that still didn't work. Back to the demo stuff. I'll troubleshoot that later. But anyways, this should be showing up with anything over 30. Apparently, sometimes if you click around, the change you made may go back to the history, the query that you had before. That apparently has happened. But normally, this would show everything over 30, and you can see how that could be useful. You could have, I don't know, let's say proc time over 95, and a dashboard with multiple different performance KPIs like that, where you can just kind of have a quick look at what the values are, where you are, and things that need to be addressed in the environment. Another thing here is you can have this to where it highlights the value. So you can do a threshold, anything over 30. If it's over, then you can have the value here, which will show. So hypothetically, if this had worked properly, anything over 30 would show up here. If I had one server, this will be a 1. If I had 2, this would be a 2, and it turns orange so that it alerts you that something is wrong. There's some other situations where this might look better, like a log coming in. If maybe there's an error in a log, and if that error comes in one time, you need to know. So you can have a dashboard here to show you that. Just kind of that quick look, single pane of glass thing that you can look at these different KPIs. And so, Georgia, I am done a little early.
That's all right. It was a great presentation and demo, and definitely a great supplement to or complement to Laura's presentation as well. A little bit on the deeper side for sure. So yeah, we can take some questions. I'll take a look at the question pane right now. I don't see anything coming in yet, but we can definitely wait a few minutes, see if anyone has some questions while they digest all this great info. Thanks, Shawn. That was great.
No problem at all.
So we'll hang on, everyone. If you'd like to ask some questions, we're done a little early, but that's okay. we can send out the survey link, Shawn, if you have that.
Yes, actually.
Okay, great. And I can also send it in the chat box.
And that is here at the bottom. It's a little bit instructive, but you can see the web.infrontconsulting.com/CN and the rest of it. So here's the link.
Okay, and I'll send it in the chat box as well. All right, so if you all don't mind just taking a few moments to share your feedback on Shawn's wonderful presentation, that would be greatly appreciated. I've posted in the chat box for everyone as well.